Want to tell the Rebbe the words of the new song that we're singing with Mashiach, right? So I'm just going to read him. Am Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now. We don't want to wait. Okay? Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now. Oh yeah, Am Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be this year. Am Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we don't want to wait. We want Mashiach now, Mashiach now, we don't want to wait. Am Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be here this year. Am Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we don't want to wait. We want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we don't want to wait. Hey!
מזמור לעץ החיים, הללם האלים, טוב להודות לאשרה, ולזמר לשמך אשת עליון, להגיד בבוקר חסדך, סגולותייך לנגן בלילות, עלי כינור ועלי נבל, עלי משב בנקבי חליל. כי שמחתי נגדי במסעי על הפאנל, על ראשי הרים אזרח על הגבעות תחת אלון ולתן לך אצל הליבנר, יריעו לך 70 בנייך, נופתייך תקריך תעלנה, כי בנו הגדולת אשר בית לצעדה, מן האדמה פירותייך נותן, נודה אשר בכל לב, מספר כל נפלאותייך, היפים ונקת נעימים, צועדת על הים, נוצרת סרפנים, ושקיעה גונה יום וליל, ברגליו היכלתי לטובת מלכות נחלייך, אך נשלח עובר ונפרע, נברכה לפני פנתנו, אילנות ניתן לכבודך, מפלצות נעשה לך, נשים ירדו בתייך, פסלייך בקודש נשים, אמריתך נהיה אחרייך בצאן ילי. בית לצדה מן האדמה פעותה יפלטין יודע אשר בכל לב מספרה כל נפלאותייך.
So, welcome everyone. Sorry, I've been away for a bit. It was Passover, and then I broke my ankle, and then I'm going to have surgery on Friday. But I have to do a report on a movie that has a religious context. So I just chose to do this one and figured I'd stream my reactions to it as well. That way I could also look back over it. But let's see, where is it? Well, let me find the trailer for the movie first. That way I can give anyone who doesn't know what it's about. Oh, yeah, here. Yeah.
One of the ways you refer to God is this term Shekinah. And Shekinah is a feminine word. It means the presence of God.
You know, it's very interesting because many times people think that Jewish schools for girls is like a new thing. But it says if we look back all the way to the time of the Jews in the desert, there were always leaders among the women. There were always prophetesses among the women. There were always judges among women. So it's not a new thing.
According to Kabbalah, woman is royalty. And the power of the woman is to be able to bring down the spiritual into a concrete world.
The Hasidic movement is in essence a feminist movement. Human beings are fundamentally feminine from the Jewish perspective. So we're all born feminine, which means our deepest desire is relationship.
But these girls have blinkers on. She hypnotizes, she brainwashes them.
You know what someone told me about brainwashing? They said, what's wrong with a clean brain? Oh, it came into school in the morning, and actually my daughter noticed on the window swastika.
You know, like they didn't like the Jews 2,000 years ago, and nothing has changed. They still don't like the Jews. They say, who are these girls walking with long skirts?
It's so much part of young people today. This is real. This is not we have to have answers for them. We have to be able to guide them in the right way.
If you met a guy tomorrow and he was the right guy, I don't think you should be scared.
I don't believe in boyfriends. Well, first of all, I'm Shomonigia, which means that we don't touch men until we get married. Not even a handshake.
There's no greater holiness than that of husband and wife being together in the intimate act of creation. And it says even when a husband and wife do not conceive, holy souls are being created above.
But also I should really clarify something, that we do not do it like with a sheet and a hole. Because there are too many people out there.
I wouldn't mind that, because if I'm having a fat day, I think that could really work.
The body is not the enemy. Sexuality is not the enemy. On the contrary, the whole purpose is to reveal the innate godliness and sanctity that all of these things contain by virtue of the fact that they are God's creations.
So, yeah, I mean, it looks really interesting. And, yeah, figured we could all watch that. And also, I put a link to join if anyone wants to hop in. Links in the comments. But, yeah, it's only 2 people watching right now, so not much. But, let's see, where is it? Oh, yeah, here it is. Give me one moment. So, here, let me see if I can, sorry. One moment. Let's see.
There's no greater holiness than that of husband and wife being together in the intimate act of creation. And it says, even when a husband and wife do not conceive, holy souls are being created above.
But also, I should really clarify something, that we do not do it like with a sheet and a hole.
From the Jewish perspective.
Sorry, one moment. Let's see. Let's see.
I have actually been a customer of BetterHelp for a little over 2 years now, and I was able to get matched up with a.
My success is not from me. My success is from God. You knew I was wearing the wig.
I didn't know.
I am wearing the wig also. Created by women for women.
I would never go back to my smartphone. It's not hard for me.
Worrying will kill you quicker than the virus will.
They will not be on a camera with me. No way.
No, they won't.
Exactly. You got it.
We believe strongly that we're not in our own hands. I've seen someone that understands music the way she does.
What would be the biggest thing you think you need to fix? That's the only thing I knew about the Hasidic world was unorthodox. Do you believe you're a free person?
We hide things under the rug because we're afraid.
Follow the rules.
I follow the rules.
You follow the rules.
We all had it. My family had it. I had it. It was like a hard flu.
I don't get why they have to bring, like, seriously, it feels like discussion of that's infiltrated every element of society. I mean, it's also kind of become a bit pretty common, and the more extreme or like more observant communities you get, the more you have this dismissal of disease, and it's something that I've never understood.
Good morning, guys. For most of us, the Hasidic Jewish world is a very mysterious place, especially the female side of it. So today we have the good fortune to meet up with a local Hasidic woman who wants to talk about her life, tell us about her views on the world, and, well, see wherever the conversation leads us. Should be an interesting one. Malky. Peter.
Namaste.
Namaste. Okay.
We don't shake hands.
You don't shake hands because of COVID?
Yes, not because of COVID. We don't shake hands because we don't have any physical contact with men outside of our husbands.
Is this okay? This space?
Yeah. It's not. Okay. It's not so much about space. It's just about keeping physical contact down to nothing.
Let's go this way.
Okay, fine.
So you're not what I expected.
Right. I'm not.
You're Hasidic, right?
Yes, I am Hasidic. I'm not. You could say I'm not your stereotypical Hasidic woman.
You grew up Hasidic, right?
Yes, I grew up Hasidic. I am
married,
Hasidic.
Kids?
I'm married Hasidic guy.
Okay.
And my kids are being raised Hasidic.
Okay.
I'm a filmmaker.
What kind of films?
So my movies are not typical, in that they are catered special for our community. So they have no violence,
Okay.
no bad language,
Okay.
no romance, no sex.
Okay.
Boring.
Has she never read the Bible? I mean, like, it just seems really hypocritical. I mean, the Bible's packed with violence, sex, with romance, with like what is she talking about? I mean, it's like one thing if you're saying that, you know, we're trying to make it family friendly, but no, like, I mean, the biblical tradition is full of violence and full of sex and not even consensual sex, which is something which ideally most movies have, you know, if they are going to include sex. I don't know, it's something that really strikes me as odd because it seems in some ways kind of, I'm not trying to be mean, but like it seems kind of ignorant of the very text that is so central to their life. And I mean, I have a feeling it's probably just that she's attributing it to, you know, Jewish life, but at the end of the day, I don't think that you can read the Talmud or read the Torah without coming across these concepts. So it just seems kind of strange to not have them in any regard rather than to try and have them in, you know, good representation. I don't know, but that's just my pet peeve.
No, I'm kidding. Really beautiful, beautiful human topics that we touch on.
Is it accepted by most people in the community?
Yes, it's absolutely accepted because I am providing entertainment for them. I'm providing kosher entertainment and they need it badly. I have 7 kids and I don't want them to see things that aren't okay.
Okay.
I'm careful what they watch.
Okay.
And there are very few things that they can see that
Are they
are
allowed to
kosher.
read the
So
Torah?
I'm happy that I can create content for our community. There are many, we don't have TVs at home. So no TV, I don't have a computer at home.
Really?
No computer at home. My only internet access is on my phone, and that's locked. Nobody gets to open it. If anybody needs to order something, I order it for them. As an Orthodox woman, you know, there are certain levels of modesty. Modesty isn't just clothes that you're wearing to cover yourself. Modesty is also how out there are you? Can you sing and dance in front of men?
Yeah.
And so, you know, the people that perform on my films are women who don't want to be performing for anybody else but women.
Okay.
So my DVDs will say on them for women only.
Honestly, this is a foreign world to me up until about a month ago.
Right.
And I'm still an outsider. I don't know anything, just the little videos that I've done. I didn't expect that someone could be like you, I guess, so open, creative, running their own businesses, that sort of thing. How is that received for the most part?
Right.
I'm sure the very, very conservative would be against it probably.
Right.
And then are there just all different levels?
Right. So there are different levels. Within Orthodoxy, there are different levels, and within Hasidism, there are different levels.
Right.
Yeah, kids do need structure; they crave it. It's like that with people. We like to. It's nice to have some of the guesswork taken out. You know, when you're given some rules, and of course, it's not too many rules isn't good for anybody, and not everybody does well with it. So we have community rules that are kind of like unspoken guidelines.
Okay.
And we have rules that are in our Torah that we adhere to. If ever
including
rules are getting too much for me, I say, wait, stop. There's community rules and there's.
I mean, like, and again, it's one of those things where, you know, I think that it's important to recognize that there's nuance to that just because something's written in the Torah doesn't mean you're supposed to follow it like just like that. I mean, that would lead to some really problematic things, and that's the reason why there is no literalist biblical tradition, why even the most Orthodox have this idea of interpretation, because otherwise Judaism just wouldn't survive. And I mean, I think that's necessary to see with any tradition. Oh, no, Vesper, they have the same version of the Torah. It's just some Orthodox Jews, especially like in the Chabad movement, they really like hold a lot of reverence for the Tanya, which was written by, I want to say the Alter Rebbe, who was like I think the founder of the the founder of the Chabad movement, maybe, but I'm rusty on that. But yeah. Hey William, what's up? Tips hat. And then Baron said, literal interpretations are a problem for most all religions at this point. Yeah. So maybe like watch 5 more minutes of this and I'll start the documentary.
There's Torah rules. There's Torah. I want to stick to that first.
Okay.
I'll either ask a rabbi if I'm not sure. But if it's a community guideline and it's just too hard for me, like leopard print is not okay. Let's say I'm just making it up. I don't know. I'm covered.
Speaking of, so you have the leopard print shoes, which are very stylish. The
Yes.
shirt, and that's okay.
It's okay. But like I said, there's many different levels. There are many women in my community that wouldn't wear leopard print, even though we can play with style. We can have fun with style. I can wear lots of great clothes.
And makeup is okay?
Makeup is okay, but no, some people will believe that makeup should be just natural. It shouldn't be too colorful or too unnatural. We can look pretty. We're supposed to look pretty. We're supposed to look good. We're supposed to feel good about ourselves. It's just that we're not supposed to look provocative.
Gotcha.
Feel safe in this neighborhood because this is a safe neighborhood. Anybody that lives in this neighborhood that's not Jewish is happy to be here.
Really? I could live here, no problem?
Of course you could live here.
Okay.
Yeah. Sage. Mariel R. You just watched the episode of Gnostic Informant today with me and Amon about the Canaanite gods, etc. Didn't realize that was me. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I don't know when that was from, but it was largely because of Neil that I even decided to make a channel in the first place. So this might have been before I, had any channel name associated with me.
Of course you could live here. You would love it here. There's no crime. There's no violence.
Okay, as a Hasidic woman, when you observe, say, non-Hasidics, say actually non-religious people in America, do you think they're missing on something? Like, I'm not a very religious person. Right? I was brought up Protestant, but I don't practice now.
Right.
Are people missing something, do you think?
So I believe that everybody should try to pick up some religion, some spirituality in their lives. I believe so strongly that it doesn't matter what religion we're talking about.
Right.
Anything that you can connect to. That teaches you that there is more than what you see, more than what meets the eye. There's more. Our world is so much more than just the tangible. And understanding that there is a higher power and that there's somebody that's helping you.
Yeah.
And that's there for you. I believe we would have less anxiety. We would have less depression. I think we would have less suicide. People.
There's a lot of anxiety right now. Do you feel that?
Of course, there's
maybe
anxiety
not in this neighborhood, but
in this neighborhood, not so much. But there's anxiety.
Because you guys, for the most part, aren't so scared of COVID. Most people have had COVID, right?
So
you've been through it, right?
Yeah, sure. We all had it. My family had it. I had it. It was like a hard flu. It was hard, but it was just like a flu. So I personally believe that if you're a healthy person, you don't have anything to worry about. Worrying will kill you quicker than the virus will.
Okay.
And see, this is something I've never understood. I mean, it literally says in the Bible, if you're sick, to cover your mouth, the lower half of your face with a cloth, and to shout, "Unclean, unclean," to anyone who approaches you. Now, if there's something going around and it's so easy for people to get sick and not realize they're sick, I don't think it's that much of a stretch to argue that the Torah says that you should wear a mask. Given, I don't think it says anything about vaccines, just because there's so much interpretation that people have around that, and the fact that it didn't exist back then. But the fact is, masks did exist then, and they were telling people to wear it if they were sick. So it's just like, it's one of these things where I really feel like politics has hijacked religion to basically endorse or enable really eugenic policy. I cannot be any more against this type of attitude. Like, it doesn't matter what you think about COVID. Like, it doesn't matter what you think, so long as you're not dismissing, the real harm that it's doing. Like, I'm not going to tell you have to do this or you have to do that, but it's really like, I mean, a bunch of places, even the hospitals, they don't even have mask mandates anymore. There's this one hospital, I think in California, where they were telling people that if they're sick to stay home from the hospital. It's like, if you're really sick, I'm pretty sure you're supposed to go to the hospital. So it's like, I mean, in Hebrew, there's this term, olam hafuch, or like an upside down world. And sometimes that's what it feels like we're in. But it's just one of those things where, like, okay, if you're going to be, ignorant about how diseases spread, then that's one thing. But if you're going to go and say that, as long as you believe in Hashem, or you just have to trust in Hashem or trust in God and you'll be fine. It's like, no, like, I mean, literally there's a reason why the narrative of the Exodus from Egypt has the Israelites smearing the blood on the doorways, because just because they're, the people of El or of Yahweh, I mean, that's arguable, but just because of that, that doesn't mean that they're safe from the angel of death. They still have to do this. I mean, again, you could view it as a show of faith, but really it's an action. It has nothing to do with your belief. It has everything to do with the actual act of slaughtering a lamb and putting the blood on the door. It doesn't matter what you believe about that. It's the fact that you're doing that.
Anxiety is killing more people than the virus is. So,
yeah, it's tough. It's tough to put a number on all these byproducts of the virus too,
yes,
like
right,
an economic
right.
number, or how much does stress kill someone, hurt someone's health.
Right.
It's nice to be around Hasidic Jews right now who are not all paranoid.
Right.
It's really, and here's some crazy irony. If you have the average, say, secular, progressive American, they're a million times more fearful to get together with their family right now than the supposed most conservative, repressed people who are out in the open having a good time. How crazy is that?
I believe it's because
that's not what
this is my personal belief. I didn't take this from anywhere. I just feel strongly that it's because they believe that it's all in their power what is happening to them. Meaning, everything that you do is going to determine the outcome if you will or won't get COVID. So, whereas
So is she basically claiming that humans have no responsibility for anything and that it's all up to God? I mean, that's really dangerous. Like, at the end of the day, that's like, sure, there's people who they're convinced that, every little thing that they do will impact, like, will I get it or will I not? But like, when you're just dealing with someone who's taking precautions because they're aware that there's something out there, of course, like, no one thinks that, because I'm doing this, there's no chance that I'll get it, or because I'm not doing this, that I'm going to get it, of course. But I think that's just a really, really crappy way of just dismissing caution. I mean, like, imagine if you were to say this about, caution or worry about increasing anti-Semitism in Europe in the 30s. Like, I mean, this was a real thing. There were Orthodox people who were telling the secular people who were moving to Palestine that, you don't trust in God. You're not waiting for God to redeem, the land, and you're not, you should trust that God will protect us from, from the like, it really just reminds me of this idea that if God's in a helicopter and you don't take the helicopter because you're waiting for God, you're kind of missing the whole point. Like, it's something that, honestly, like, I get that it's, like a personal or religious belief or opinion, but it's something that I really do feel strongly about. Not because obviously you can't get people to change their beliefs just because you want them to. But it's one of those things where I really wish people realize the harm that this does. It leads to real human loss, like both, people being murdered by fascist regimes, as well as people dying of preventable things. I mean, like, I honestly don't see that much difference between this and the case of Jehovah's Witnesses refusing children and anyone in the frankly, in the cult, refusing them blood transfusions. Like, how is that different? If you are essentially causing the death of someone due to inaction or due to, I mean, and that's the thing, like, and again, it's still messed up, but at least with Jehovah's Witnesses, that's their religious belief. There really is no religious belief that supports this idea that do whatever you want, so long as you believe in God and God will protect you. Like that's not, you can't find that anywhere. Like, I mean, maybe, some really fringe rabbi saying that, but it's not anything that's like doctrinal. It's all about, both faith and, I mean, not to rip from the Christian saying, but it's both faith and works. It's not one or the other. And if you believe that faith is enough and you ignore the works or, the actions that you're supposed to do in honor of God to protect yourself, because there's this idea that a part of you has God in it, then like, I don't know. It's just one of those things where it's a mutualistic relationship. And when people expect that because God is, our protector or whatever, that means that, just trust in him and everything will be fine. It's like, I mean, honestly, it's not that different than using crutches and expecting the crutches to take you anywhere. They'll help you, they'll help support you, but you actually have to be the one to move them and to use them to move.
I believe that it's important for us to do what we have to do to protect ourselves within normal boundaries. And we believe in doctors and we believe in medicine and we believe in all that because God said you have to do your due diligence.
Okay.
And if you don't, then that's negligence and that's not okay.
Okay.
But once you've done your due diligence, we believe strongly that we're not in our own hands.
Yeah.
Even if you did all the right things.
Once you do that's like saying that diligence is something that's ever done that can be completed. No, it's constant. You always have to be diligent. You always have to be wary. Like, of course, that doesn't mean stay away from everything because you're anxious about it, but it means have your eyes open. Don't just close them because you think that there's nothing around you, because there might be nothing around you in the immediate, but 30 seconds later you close your eyes and then something sneaks up on you.
Things God wants you guys to still die.
Right.
So when you have thrown that up to God and you're not carrying that around, that responsibility, that you are responsible for your own life. It's such a strong responsibility. It can weigh you down. You are responsible to make sure that you don't get COVID. Are you doing enough? Are you separate? Are you keeping away from people? Are you wearing enough masks? Maybe you should wear 2 masks, 3 masks. Are you washing your hands enough? That can wear somebody down. I don't know how people live like that. But knowing that you did the best that you could.
Right.
And within normal means, and then the rest. And I
by that same line, I mean, what she's talking about, the type of living a very orthodox life, can't you argue that wears someone down? Like, can't you apply all those same things she says about, being cautious? And I think that's one of the things, like, I don't know. I think it just bugs me that rather than just saying that, we're not concerned, that it almost seems like they're saying other people shouldn't be. And I don't know, it's just one of those things where, like, I don't know, it just viscerally bugs me. And it's something that has always, well, not always, but like ever since this, past 5 years, it's just been something that I've never quite understood.
We believe it's because we believe that God's taking care of us and it's his decision, not us, if we're going to die.
But again, what about the Holocaust? Was God taking care of the Jewish people during the Holocaust? Like, at the end of the day, and I think this will go into a lot of the topics that are talked about in the documentary, is that to expect God to come down from heaven and save you is folly, because God is within us, but it's a different form, and it's not this type of active thing, in the same way that no action will get done if you just think about it. You actually have to be willing to do it.
What if you could do SEO smarter and faster? With Wix, you can edit your meta.
Do you believe you're a free person?
Of course I'm a free person. And that reminds me.
Also interesting. The answer wasn't yes or no. Of course. I mean, like, it's one of those things where, like, again, I'm not saying this because she's a Hasidic woman. I'm saying this because, I mean, in some ways because, she's fundamentally religious. I'd say this regardless of what religion or what sex or gender she was. But I do just find it interesting that it's not a yes or a no. It's, of course I'm not, as if that's not ever something she has considered. And again, that might just be me projecting my own interpretation.
Today's Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
I'm very thankful to America.
Yeah.
I love America.
Yeah.
I think this is the best country in the world. I have such strong love towards this country.
Yeah.
For allowing us to live freely and be who we want to be.
Right.
So I know that wasn't your question. Your question was,
Yeah,
do you
but
believe
it's
you're a
good.
free person? In regards to what? In
Well,
regards
freedom's such an ambiguous word. You can say like freedom is only your mind space, or it could be your external conditions. You sort of answered that with America. America allows you to be who you want to be.
I love
with the
America.
least amount of resistance,
Yes.
especially a place like New York.
Yes.
There are all walks of life here. Everyone's here. Everyone's doing their own thing.
Absolutely.
You can't be judged for it.
And just like every community
Yeah.
has its negative things
Yes.
inside them, I still believe with our, justice system a big mess, with our election system a mess, with our presidents a mess, all of them, all the presidents.
Yeah.
The whole
At
thing
least
is
she
a
says
mess.
all of
I
them.
still believe that America is the greatest country in the world.
Yeah.
Where else do we have the freedom to be who we want to be and to do who we want, do what we want to do? We don't have that anywhere else. So I still believe it's the same concept that every community is beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
And it has its down things. Like, I'm not going to say our community doesn't have things. We hide things under the rug because we're afraid.
Mm-hmm.
There are things in my community that bother me and I'd love to change. And I'm trying to help change things in our community that need it. But our community is a beautiful community. I wish people could see that and know that. Just like America is a great country, even though we're a big mess right now.
But all the media, just like Hasidim, all the media about America is pretty negative.
Yes.
And all the media about Hasidim is pretty negative. You don't understand America until you get out. I mean, I didn't until I got out of it for a while. And now being back here, oh my God, I'm doing exactly what I want to do in life. You're doing exactly what you want to do in life. Without anyone judging me or telling me I can't or restricting me or making it super difficult. And when that goes away, America loses what's great about it.
Yes.
But it's still here. I believe it's still here.
It's a mess.
And the
It's a
mentality is here for that.
Yes, it is.
And that's freedom, in my opinion.
Yes, absolutely.
Is to be able to manifest whatever your divine purpose is. America loses what's great about it.
Yes.
But it's still here. I
It's
believe
still
it's
here.
I believe
It's
it's
still
still
here.
here.
It's a mess.
And the
It's a mess.
mentality is here for that.
Yes, it is.
And that's freedom, in my opinion.
Yes,
Is to be able to manifest whatever your divine purpose is. Right?
Absolutely.
It channels through you.
I believe that strongly.
And so much of societies restrict that. And you as a Hasidic woman don't feel that restriction.
I don't. I understand why some people feel it.
Yeah.
And I understand why some people believe that we are restricted.
Uh-huh.
But this is something that I really want to say. Someone recommended a book.
I mean,
about
how can she say she's not restricted? That's literally the definition. I mean, there's this idea of offense around the Torah, that there's certain things you're not allowed to do, not because it's against the Torah, but because you're not supposed to even get close to, maybe accidentally. So, like, I understand the reason for that. It's kind of like, it's almost like a seatbelt. You don't have a seatbelt on because you're planning on crashing. You have it because you don't plan on crashing. But in this case, it ends up getting so far where it's not just about, like, I would almost compare it to wearing a seatbelt because you think you're going to crash, rather than wearing a seatbelt and trying to, I don't know. Again, it's my perspective. I didn't grow up in this community, but I do think it's something that's, I don't know, it's a bit strange for me.
a Muslim woman.
Okay.
Actually, a woman who married a Muslim guy, and she fell in love with him, and he took her back to her country. I don't remember where it was. I read this a few years ago.
Okay.
And I read the book, and it portrayed the Muslim community really badly.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the book, I was thinking, like what I had heard, Muslim women are repressed. Muslim women can't leave their house. They can't do anything. They can't. And then I stopped myself. You see, I talked to myself. I said, Malki, no. Don't do that. You're doing what you don't want everybody else to do. You're judging a whole Muslim community by reading one book.
Right.
You read one book. This is one person's story, and it could be a true story.
Yes.
But you don't know anything about the Muslim community until you don't go in there.
Yep.
Until you don't meet Muslim women and get to know them and get to see the
Exactly.
beauty of their community. You cannot make no assumptions that this is the Muslim community and these are Muslim women and they're repressed and and that the men beat the women and all the rest of that.
But again, just like, I mean, it's one of those things where, while there is a Muslim community and there is a Jewish community, there isn't really the Muslim community or the Jewish community, if that makes any sense. Like, it's hard to explain because you have Jewish communities, you can have a Jewish community, but it's never going to refer. I mean, that's where it gets really difficult, because when you're using something like the to refer to like all, then inherently you're talking about people who you don't even know are that way. So it's like, it's inherently going to be biased. But I think, where was I going with this? That show. 1 second.
You cannot make no assumptions that this is the Muslim community and the.
Oh, right. That, like, there's like, there's an American Muslim and American Jewish community. There's a Israeli Jewish community. There's a Saudi Muslim community. There's, in Asia, in, like all throughout the world, so that's why, like, you have to look at communities as more than just their religion, but their religion and their culture, because it's like, if you just view someone as their religion or just as their culture or like just as their ethnicity, you're inherently going to reduce them to someone that they're not. Even if that isn't necessarily a bad representation, it's still going to be an inaccurate one. But let's see. So Baron said, excellent realism, Ariel. Response actions. You actually have to take actions that make a change, and ignoring problems won't make them go away either. Sage said, I'm still learning some basic things in life, like ignoring people with negative energy or transmuting their attacks into inspirational power. Yeah, that's something that's really important. But you're getting there. Turkish Muslims. I'm guessing probably referring to different communities. Yeah, good point. 6 minutes and I'll start.
These are Muslim women, and they're repressed, and and that the men beat the women, and all the rest of that. It's not okay. So I stopped myself. Now I'm still waiting to make a Muslim friend. So 13th Avenue is, we walked here so that you can meet 13th Avenue. This is a very, very orthodox block where the women do their shopping here. It's like, Fifth Avenue of Manhattan.
Yeah, I've been here. I came here with Shlomi.
All right, so you've been here, right?
Okay, so audience, any Muslim woman out there in the New York area?
I'd love to meet a Muslim woman that can take me into her community and show me the beauty of her community, so that I don't think what I heard about one Muslim woman. I read one book,
right?
And I know that the community is beautiful. I believe their community is beautiful.
I've been to many Muslim countries, and I found them to be the most hospitable people.
Really?
Cultures in general.
Wow.
And in your culture so far has been very hospitable to me.
Right.
It has this image of being very hard. But once you go under that, it's very open. Okay, but to your point, I want to mention this apartment building. Check this out, Milky.
Okay, what do you
see that? Okay, so that apartment, and sorry for whomever lives here, it's just an example. I'm not saying this is your life. Someone could be getting, abused in that apartment.
That's true.
Someone could just have gotten married in that apartment.
Correct.
Someone just had a kid there.
Okay.
Someone is dying and they're old.
Oh.
Someone is madly in love, making love. The point is, those are all true stories. They all exist at the same time. And I think what you were saying back there is what you learned about the Muslim community is you saw one story. That's one story in the apartment. In the Hasidic community, unorthodox, that's the only thing I knew about the Hasidic world was unorthodox. And if you just watch that story, it's definitely not your story, right? It's the apartment. That's one story. Is it true? I didn't do the fact check, but I'm sure it is. I'm sure it's someone's true story. Right. And so what the problem we have is we all get caught in our worlds of saying, okay, this is a label. Here's a story, attached story, label. Done, easy, black and white, simple.
It's kind of funny because labels also be Yiddish names. So it's like, oh, this is a label, and this is label. He's the label maker. That's a stupid joke. But.
Story, right? It's the apartment. That's one story. Is it true? I didn't do the fact check, but I'm sure it is. I'm sure it's someone's true story. And so what the problem we have is we all get caught in our worlds of saying, okay, this is a label. Here's a story, attached story, label, done, easy,
Right.
black and white,
Right.
simple.
Kosher clothing.
Kosher clothing?
Kosher clothing.
Let's do it.
We have our stores
Okay.
that cater
Oh,
to what we need, which is we need to cover our elbows, we need to cover our neckline, and we need to cover our knees.
Okay, so
Right.
all the skirts go below the knees.
So the skirts have to cover the knees. So not in all communities, of course, but in my community, this is this is a big deal. We have our knees covered, we have our elbows covered, and we have our neckline covered. Other than that, we could do whatever we want. We could wear.
But the only problem with that is it inherently sexualizes women's bodies rather than, just like, this is the thing. It's almost like in some ways it forces this perspective, which again, it's not true of everyone in the Orthodox community, not even necessarily a majority. I mean, I don't know the statistics, but the point is that this idea that, like, for instance, but like, and this is another thing, because there are exceptions. Like, for instance, if you go to a female doctor, there's nothing wrong with them touching you to examine you because it's not within a sexual context. So it's like, within that, it really makes me wonder, like, why there's so much strictness around it. And honestly, I do kind of wonder whether that evolved into some sort of, like, means of, control of both men and women, because it's also that, men aren't allowed to touch women, women aren't allowed to touch men, except for in very specific circumstances. And so it's just, I don't know, it really leads me to wonder if there's these exceptions for very realistic things, how come those exceptions aren't more generally held and only for things like, say, life-saving or life-preserving issues, and not, say, business. I mean, there are some Orthodox people who will shake hands of someone of the opposite sex, but generally most won't.
Whatever we want, we can have fun with our clothes, we can, and then but then there are people that take it a little extra and they will be careful with even the colors of their clothing.
Okay.
Also, a big deal is it shouldn't be too tight, shouldn't be too
The reason why some people wear, like, black and white, like, it's literally just trying not to, I think there's actually a more esoteric reason, like, you're not trying to draw the attention of the evil eye to you. But inevitably, it just ends up creating, very monotonous, scenes. Yeah, I mean, there's something special to it, but I think it's also lacking in other ways.
form-fitted,
Sure.
So everybody has their levels.
Last Ramadan.
Form-fitted.
Wait, when was this film? She's wearing a mask when 2 years ago. Wow. Just have the specific date. Wow, 2020. Holy crap. That was what? 2 years ago? No. December. So it was practically 2 years ago. So it's technically 2020. It's also technically 2 years ago at the very end of it.
Okay, here we have the latest, greatest Hasidim fashion.
A friend of mine works here at the counter, so I'm going to introduce you to her. So this is Hindi.
Okay.
A good friend of mine.
Hello, Hindi.
Hindi was acted in one of my movies once when I needed a part.
Wait, her name's Hindi?
Yeah,
You're a retired actress?
I'm surprised there isn't, I'm surprised they're not speculating that, we should keep an eye on her. We don't want her to go Hindu. Hindi the Hindu. No, I mean, Hindi, I don't know what that's short for, but let's see. That was priceless. Sage said, I noticed Jacob is told not to take a daughter of Canaan, and they were known for being a bikini and loincloth culture with little covering body. Just a theory. This relates to the dress code. I mean, maybe, but I think it has more to do with this idea, because if you follow what the Bible says, then you're going to take it for granted that Canaan is, totally different ancestry than Israel. but realistically, Israel came from Canaan, and so the need to portray Canaan as, you know, the bad guys, what it's saying is don't do these things like the Canaanites do, not necessarily because they're like they have no connection to it, but it's kind of like, I mean, basically, I think in a lot of ways it might actually be more productive to think of Canaanites and like what eventually turned into the Jewish tradition that like rejected all other gods. I think there's a lot of comparisons between secular Jews and religious Jews. And like, I don't think that necessarily, like, I mean, to be fair, there's a lot of religious Jews who would be completely fine making that comparison, but I think they'd be doing it as a way to diminish and to demean secular Jews and Canaanites, whereas I actually think that there's a better way of looking at this, because if the Israelites did actually come from the Canaanites, then it changes the whole story, because they didn't wipe them out. It was more so a cultural revolution, carving out pieces of land, similar to, you know, national elections. I mean, you have states that are red and you have states that are blue, and they have vast cultural differences. I think it was probably very similar to this divide between Israel and Canaan. But when Jacob falls asleep, I believe he has a magic dream in the desert. I mean, if the, you know, Jacob's ladder isn't magic, I don't know what is.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Many different colors and, you know, lots of variety, So if I wanted to buy tops, I can go to Zara.
Exactly. Yeah. Just like breaking away from them conservatives and liberals. I mean, I think that probably the difference is maybe given like 100 years of drift at least. I don't know, because so much of like this cultural revolution probably is occurring around or immediately following the Bronze Age. Actually, wait, no, I totally might be misspeaking on this, but it definitely is after the Bronze Age, and so it's you basically have this drifting period, and then eventually these two cultures are so different that they can be seen as separate rather than two branches off of the same tree. And again, I think that actually never got to that point, because there's so much rejection of it that it's not saying don't do what the other people do. It's specifically saying don't do what the Canaanites do. Because, and this is the thing that's wild, a lot of the Israelite traditions are very similar to other traditions like Persian or Roman, even some Greek. And so a lot of this, like in a lot of ways, Judaism is more Greek and more Roman and more Persian than it is like Israelite, if that makes any sense. And I don't think that, I mean, I personally, that's the reason why I'm more interested in the more ancient tradition, but I also don't think that necessarily means that, you know, I mean, it definitely doesn't mean that the Jewish tradition is like illegitimate just because it, you know, it's a branch off. I just think that if you're trying, I don't know, it's like, it's difficult if you're looking at this from a historical point of view, because you definitely do have people who make claims like, oh, you know, this is the original, or this goes back to, you know, all this way. But like in terms of religious belief, I think there's nothing wrong with holding that, you know, oh, this tradition goes back, even if it's not in the same exact form. But when you maintain that everything is exactly the same, then, I mean, it's also, you know, I'm not a theologian. I'm a scholar, or, you know, student of religious studies and anthropology, and so I'm looking at this from like a historical background, not simply, you know, a narrative background, and going with what narratives say, because obviously narratives are written for a reason. I'm interested in why those narratives were written. Let's see, that's why Sage likes the Canaan pantheon, because it's so perfectly centered between Greek and Akkadian and Sumerian. 100% ties it all together. So I think you'll have some really interesting thoughts on this.
Sarah sometimes even has skirts that are long enough for me to wear. I'm going to let Hindi do this because she's going to do this better.
Sure. Not 23 inches or 22 inches. It has to be like 25, 27. Like, it has to cover.
Sure.
It's also wild because, like, a Hasidic person from New York, okay, actually maybe not New York, but like a Hasidic person from California sounds more similar to a Hasidic person from, okay, well, I want to specify, in this case, it would probably be a Hasidic. So a Hasidic person from Australia and a Hasidic person from LA and a Hasidic person from. I mean, it's also going to get difficult if you start switching languages. But honestly, like if regardless of where they're from, if they can speak English, their English accents are going to be more similar to each other than they are to the places where they live. And it's actually similar to Jewish genetics, like that Jews from Spain are more genetically similar to Jews from, say, Austria than the Spanish Jews are to Spaniards who aren't Jewish, or that the Austrian Jews are to Jews, or I mean non-Jewish Austrians. So it's really interesting. I mean, it has a lot to do in this case specifically because of the Chabad movement, because there's been like they've spread a lot, and so like you could go from one part of the world to the next, and no matter where you'd stop, there would be like a place that if you're Jewish, that you would be able to observe stuff or keep Shabbat. And so it definitely has a purpose. And what I like is that on one hand, they definitely do try to get Jews to be more religious, but it's not like they're trying to turn anyone Jewish who isn't. And so like in that same vein, I mean, it's one of those things where like I think if you're going to proselytize, that's how you do it. You don't try and reach people who aren't already in the faith without, or like don't do it using your words. Do it using your actions and by example. And I mean that's basically the only way that conversion is really accepted in Judaism, is that if someone wants to convert because they want to, not because someone else wants them to. So like if you're getting married to someone and you get asked, why are you converting? It's like, oh, I'm getting converted. I want to convert because I'm getting married to a Jewish person. That's not a good reason. But if you want to convert because you want to convert, and you happen to also be marrying someone who's Jewish and you're not at the moment, that's fine. It's all about the motivation. But let's see, probably because the Phoenicians were known to absorb and accept all foreign deities. Oh yeah, definitely.
Sure. Don't look at me, but it has to cover.
She's a bit more mod.
I'm more, yeah.
But the boots are not modest. Those
No,
are
not
stylish.
modest. She's a bit more mod,
Oh,
as in
modern. Oh, got
Like
you.
she's more out there, and she's
I am
not your
modest,
typical
but
Hasidic
I'm not
woman.
Hasidic.
You're
I'm
not
not Hasidic.
No.
No, I never.
You're Orthodox? Ultra Orthodox?
Orthodox. Plain. You follow the rules.
Jewish, I follow the rules. Whatever
You follow
it
the
is.
rules.
Yeah.
Okay.
I look more modern. So.
Yeah, got you. Sorry. No problem.
תודה רבה, להתראות.
You speaking Yiddish?
I speak in Hebrew.
You're Hebrew. Okay.
Yes.
But
She just said Toda Rabba, which means thank you, like many thanks. Toda, which is thanks from Hod, and then Rabba from Rav, which means great. So like many thanks, and then Litrod is see you later. I don't know how I would directly translate, but basically it's like farewell.
do you speak Yiddish too?
No. I speak very few words. My kids speak Yiddish. My kids went to a Hasidic school.
So where are you from? The States originally?
No, I'm from Israel. I have two girls. They went to a Hasidic.
But it's interesting because it's very hard to hear the Israeli accent because she lives in the Hasidic community.
To the schools, but they are more modern. They wear long wigs and.
Oh,
I
question:
have a son who is not religious.
Is everyone wearing a wig?
Yes.
I have a son who is not. I have a son who is
You knew
not.
I was wearing a wig.
I didn't know.
I am wearing a wig also, but
Yeah.
it's very like.
I am too.
Yeah.
Swear to God. No, let's.
So that's something else that's really interesting. There's actually some Hasidic women who, because there's this idea that like you're supposed to cover your hair, like only your husband's supposed to see your hair, and so some women will actually shave off their hair completely, and then they'll wear wigs, because it's kind of noticeable if you're just wearing a wig over your normal hair, and white wigs. So it's actually kind of interesting though, because obviously they're not doing it within this, they're doing it for ritual purposes or, for religious purposes, but it's not like they're doing it in a ritual context. They're not like shaving their hair in mourning or something. It's literally just a utility thing. but it is interesting because you do have, the shaving of the head as a big part of a lot of like religious initiations. And so it's like one of those things where, even if it's not intentional, there definitely could be seen as some sort of like underlining thing. But I do think that is in some ways even kind of at least from a Jewish point of view, that's also just kind of built into like a child's first haircut, because like there's some people who interpret this idea of the first 3 years you're not supposed to harvest like the fruit or the crops from your land, and so there's some people who they won't get their children's hair cut until their 3rd birthday, and it's called an upsharon, I think up and off are connected, but so like an off and then shearin from shearing, like shearing a sheep. So like to cut off, but I totally might be misspeaking because I don't know as much about Yiddish or Germanic languages.
Oh, really?
Let's.
Yeah.
I would love to talk about that on the street, actually. If there are any wig shops too.
Oh,
sure.
so there's a wig shop actually that you would like.
This is Rachalea, and Rachalea does all the music for my movies. She does all the recording. She's a brilliant artist. I've never seen someone that understands music the way she does. Brilliant. I don't go to anybody else. She is my person. So here you have a Hasidic woman that has a family, 4 children. How many kids?
4 kids.
Yeah, 4 kids, and she does what she loves.
I love music since I'm probably 5 years old. I give out like a few songs a day.
You make a few songs a day.
So
yeah, I have a recording studio in my basement.
Okay.
My husband built it for me.
Okay.
And I think it's beautiful for people to know that the women in our community, if they want to do something, they do it, and they can still be in the community, and they can still live the sheltered lives that they want to lead, and they can still be fulfilled, and they can still raise families, and still do what they love. And I can introduce you to so many women.
The phone you're texting on, not smartphone, right?
BlackBerry.
So no internet, no distractions all day long.
No, but I do have internet in my studio.
Okay.
Sometimes I need to email songs. Sometimes I need to research a tune, find the things, the chords of it. On YouTube, I'll do that a lot. So I do.
Do you feel like you're missing out not having all these apps on your phone?
I don't. I actually used to have a smartphone.
Okay.
I had an iPhone, and just because that's what I got, because I was a music girl, so I had an iPhone right when it came out. And then when I started having children, I realized how much it distracted me, and especially being that like with my musician mind, how I got, it's very hard to like be on the phone and be fully in something and then also be with your kids. So I was like, no, this is not going to work, So I sort of got rid of the smartphone.
Is it like removing a bad drug habit or something, the smartphone?
No, it's actually the best thing in the world.
No, I'm saying it's like removing a terrible substance from your life or something.
Was it
a
hard
metaphor.
for you to
It
do
was hard for me. I needed people to tell me, you'll be okay. You're doing this for your children. I needed the support.
Oh, really?
Yes, I did.
Wow. I would like to get to
think of
that.
anything else. And then I couldn't decide if a BlackBerry was kosher enough, because I need a BlackBerry just because I text people all the time and I'm always texting my customers.
Yeah.
And that's very important for me. And at a certain point, I was like, I can't just, I need a smartphone because this is my business. And then I realized, no, there's another way. There's a BlackBerry that's not really considered a smartphone. And like I could text them, have everything I need. And I don't need to be sending videos of my kids in the park and then emailing them. That's not quality of life.
That's not quality of life.
It's not.
I would like to get to that. Seriously.
You should try it.
I deleted a lot of my apps. I have no notifications.
Wow.
It's a process, but you're totally right. Like society is you have something that most people don't, which is clarity, and that takes away from clarity. I mean, this takes away from clarity in my phone.
Actually, the reason the thing that got me to that was sort of like a spiritual mentor.
He or she helped you along with that, or what?
The spiritual mentor, she used to be in my studio a lot, and that it started out that she went to call car service, and she asked me to cook. She didn't want to use my phone. I said, why? She said, oh, because I don't touch smartphones. It's like I made myself like a boundary. And I was like, what? What's wrong with it? I didn't know what was wrong with it. Now there's an awareness, but at that point, I remember thinking, she's crazy. What's wrong with it? If I could afford it, why can't I have it? It was very expensive. I don't know if you remember when it came out, it was like,
Yeah.
Once you make that decision that you don't want a smartphone, you have to keep the discipline so that you
I
can
would never
manage
go
your
back.
quality.
I would never go back to my smartphone. It's not hard for me. It would be hard for me to go back to my smartphone.
Like, I stopped drinking 5 years ago, and I can't imagine having. I think it would be the worst thing on the planet. You couldn't force me.
No,
And
I think
maybe
it would
it's
be
the
the worst
same
thing
feeling.
to have an iPhone. It's horrible.
The worst thing to have an iPhone.
Yeah. And even my texting, it's so hard for me because the customers are
overwhelming.
texting
There's
me,
a
and I
lot
also
going
want to
on.
like give my kids supper, but I also want to answer the text, so it's hard.
It's a competition for your attention.
Yeah. Anyway, let's start the documentary. Actually, once maybe just watch a tiny bit more.
And your kids need to win.
Exactly. Exactly. Do that.
All right. Thank you. You're great. You're all great.
Hate will hurt you more than will hurt the people that you're directing it at. And that's because hate eats you up from the inside. It's a negative emotion that isn't good to have. So if anybody is hateful, I feel bad for them. I see people that are hateful and I'm thinking, wow, I only feel bad for them. I really only feel bad for them because it's not a way to live. Okay, here's a kid's clothing store. Should we go in real quick?
No, let's do the
You want to
let's do
music store?
the music, and you were talking about the wig store.
Oh, the wig store. So let's do the wig store also.
Okay, so tell us
On the
about
street.
wig culture. Every woman wears a wig.
So we wear wigs because we're supposed to cover our heads once we're married. We cover our hair.
Okay.
Our hair is reserved for our husbands,
Uh-huh.
and we keep it covered when we're outside. Some people choose to cover it with a kerchief. Some people.
Also, so I sent a link to Wahid to hop on, so he'll be joining in a bit. But definitely, there's some interesting comparative stuff between this and Islam, both fundamentalist and mystical. Obviously, this is less of a mystical perspective as opposed to the documentary. But anyway, let's see. So, Ebelis said, Dominicans have Sephardic and or Jewish blood going back to the crypto-Catholic conversos from the 1400s. All fine and dandy. But there's a forgotten history of refugees in the 1930s in the Sosua Dominican Republic. I can never say I'm Jewish, but my little cousin Israel mother used to be Hasidic. Interesting. There's also, let me see if I can find the clip real quick. Is see, shoot, where is it? Was it Hueta? Yeah, the Hueta. Hueta Island.
To me, it was always something of the past, of the history of the museum, going through Jewish quarters. Oh, if these stones could talk, if these walls could talk. And then I meet people who are chueta.
Venga, va. Pues mi madre misma nos recordó y nos dijo a todos los 6 hermanos, no olvidéis que sois judíos. Uy, ¿qué pasa aquí? Yo me quedo... Venga, va. Pues mi madre misma nos recordó y nos dijo a todos los 6 hermanos, no olvidéis que sois judíos. Uy, ¿qué pasa aquí? Yo me quedo un poco sorprendido.
Hi ha una història de 600 anys, hi ha marginacions, hi ha execucions, hi ha sang, però i ara què passa? No ens hem extingit, som unes persones vives.
Ardían sus carnes como un tizón y reventado por medio se le cayeron las entrañas como a Judas.
Queda muy poca cosa, es decir, el problema que tenemos aquí es un poco eso, que nos faltan muchos vestigios.
So this is the site of an old synagogue, somewhere here. A mikveh was perhaps recently discovered.
Ilumina estas escaleras.
El tema chueta es un tabú. ¿Ves? Porque estoy hablando de los chuetas. No quiere que hablemos de eso.
These people have been forced to marry within themselves to the point that a rabbi in Israel says that they're Jewish. That's huge.
Lo que pretendíamos era constituir una comunidad más fuerte, no constituir dos comunidades, la comunidad chueta.
Hey Wahid, how are you?
Hey brother, how are you? What's happening?
I mean, I've been better. I'm having surgery on Friday, so you know.
I'm sorry to hear that. You told me you did something with your hip or your leg.
Yeah, I got launched off my scooter by a pothole, and I ended up like breaking my my fibula in my ankle.
Ouch.
Yeah, but God willing, everything will be fine.
Inshallah, as we said, God willing, indeed.
Yeah. So, but yeah, there's, we've talked about this within, I think within like a Persian and I think even like some elements of Shia context, that there's definitely like this idea of crypto Judaism in a lot of ways is very relegated to, to the Spanish and Portuguese territories, but very little discussion of it outside of those communities.
In crypto Judaism, in what sense are you talking about? For example, the Sabbatians, the Dunme communities of Turkey.
Sorry, go ahead.
Just be specific. Define who you're talking about.
Well, so that's the thing. For instance, you have these communities who they kept their traditions, whether it's in, I think even in sub-Saharan Africa. Given in that case, I think it was actually Sephardic explorers who ended up intermarrying, and basically their children, continued to practice the traditions, but they got cut off from the rest of the community. Though, I don't know if that really would qualify because you don't have the same element of like persecution. But then again, you might. I don't actually know enough about the history of like. I think this is in. Oh, I really don't want to misspeak because I don't know enough about sub-Saharan African history. Actually, I think it's right below the Sahara. So, but anyway, but specifically what I was thinking of is that you have a lot of people who ended up either converting, whether, by choice or under force, to both Christianity and Islam, or Christianity and then Islam. And there's like, because you do have certain like heterodox traditions within Shia Islam that are eerily similar to certain Jewish Jewish mystic traditions that predate like Zohar, or even like anything that would like some stuff that even predates like the emergence of Islam.
Sure, you have a lot of that, but that at least in Islamic, what you put your finger on happened. There were communities, who converted or were forced to convert. Not so much, not as dramatically as you found in the Christian world, where there were very violent forced conversions. But occasionally you would get communal turmoil and that sort of thing. But by and large, until probably about I would say probably about the early modern period, the Jewish communities in the Islamic world, at least in the Eastern Islamic world, were pretty well protected. And the Ottomans, for their, to their credit, created this whole millet system that basically allowed the Jews of the Ottoman Empire to govern themselves, basically based on Jewish law, etc. But there's the other element of this is that there is a lot of influence and ideological cross-pollination. What you find, especially in the very first century of the Hijra, the first century after the rise of Islam, is that you find these desert Arabs who basically emerge into a cosmopolitan culture. And even though they have conquered these people on a cultural and intellectual level, they are relatively, how shall one put it? They're relatively backward. So what ends up happening is that you have an entire literary and intellectual culture that emerges in the Islamic world that borrows heavily from all of the traditions there. And this especially happens during the Abbasid period. And it happens on multiple levels. It happens on the level of the sciences, but also it happens on the level of religious borrowing and what have you.
So
go ahead.
So is this connected to like the Beit al-Hikmah?
That's one of them. One of the developments that happens, but particularly during the caliphate of Harun al-Rashid. is like the third or fourth Abbasid Caliph. Excuse me. What you end up seeing is on the level of what you call apologetic texts or hagiographies that are produced. An entire genre enters into Islamic literature, which is called the Israeliyat, or the Israelisms. And it's a topic that is being hotly debated, whether in the traditional theological seminaries or even in the academy. Because you have, it's at the same period that you have a codification of the fiqh, the Islamic jurisprudence, the emergence of the four schools of law. And if you look at this development as a historian, there was a heavy borrowing, for example, from halakha and the methods of discussion, but there was simultaneously a lot of borrowing from Aristotelian methods. So to this day, both the Sunni and the Shia schools rely heavily on Aristotelian models of rhetoric and etc. In the science of jurisprudence itself. But the edifice of that tradition of law was heavily borrowed from Judaism, and there's really no doubt about it. So that was going on the level of mysticism, and especially one of my special interests on the level of the world of magic and the occult. There is no question that the early Islamic occult tradition was being influenced by, for example, the Hechalat tradition that was a live Jewish Gnosticism. Because you see many elements of the Hechalat in early Islamic magic and the occult. You also see a lot of stuff that entered. Arguably, this is a hot topic among scholars at the moment. What they call the Greek magical papyri, and whether there was a cross pollination with the Hechalat. Because that also enters into Islamic magic and sorcery. Many of the sigils and calligrams and that sort of thing, in a kind of evolved forms, begin to appear in Islamic magical text. I mean, this has been an interest of mine for about 20 years. The scholarship on the Greek magical papyri is still in its developmental stages. So the scholars are still not. They haven't finished the project, as it were. There's still a lot of stuff to be translated. But there's no question that the Jewish Merkava, or the Hechalat system, and the magical papyri, the Coptics, and the various Gnostic schools, that themselves were borrowing heavily and being influenced by various local Jewish groups. All of this entered the world of Islam during the Abbasid Caliphate.
Wow. And I mean, yeah, because I remember I've seen some of the the PGM where it has like references to Hebrew and I think even Arabic terms and phrases for God or for different like angels, right?
Yes.
Wow.
Well, I mean, even in the Quran itself, you have the mention. Well, obviously Gabriel, right, and then Michael shows up in 4 different places in the Quran. Azrael shows up, the angel of death, Israel. So even in the revelation of the Quran itself, there is an Arabizing Jewish stream that is happening within but this was basically the argument of Muhammad himself, that he was a man god, a prophet in the Abrahamic line. So that should also be taken into consideration. Go ahead.
So I think I might have just made interesting connections. So I was already talking with this. I think this was last night with some people about how within the name Metatron, basically because there is so much scholarship suggesting that it's derived from Greek and not from Hebrew, and that it was basic. I mean, including the fact that you don't have tafs but tats instead. But something that I thought was really really worth looking into is I think I think you might have even told me about this before. I've read this somewhere. It's hard for me to even remember. But basically, how within Metatron, if you drop one of the T's or one of the T's, you get Matron, or essentially the mother.
Yeah.
And on top of that, you have this fact that in Second Temple Judaism, Metatron, or essentially the ascended Enoch, ends up taking on this place of the second power in heaven in order to explain away, at least in my opinion, to explain away why it's not two co-equal powers in heaven, but it's one higher and one lower. And that's where you start to get this idea of the, Yahweh Katan, the little Yahweh.
Yeah, the small Yahweh. Yeah.
And also on top of that, because you have this connection with, this idea of a co-equal force or co-equal part of God essentially being connected with the goddess or with the Holy Spirit. And because in Islam, the Holy Spirit isn't understood this way, at least from what I understand, but is understood as being referring to Jibril. And so if that's the case, is there, oh shoot, what was the connection I was making here? Oh, dang it. It was,
see, it's referred, this is what you put your finger on is very interesting. In the exegetical tradition, it's got, often contradictory theories, but two things that appear in the Quran that resonate either with, kind of post-Hechelata developments of the time, and then simultaneously how they, filter into kind of the Gnostic Christianity that was prevalent, obviously, in Arabia, is first of all the Ruh al-Amin, right? This is the concept of the Holy Spirit in the Quran. But then we also read, right? And this is well defined, what exactly is the Shekinah? And the Tafsir tradition, the exegetical tradition, in one or two places, and I think Qurtubi is the major Sunni commentator that actually mentions Shekinah, from Judaism, in his gloss on the verses of the Quran where this shows up, making that connection between the Ruh al-Amin, the spirit of peace, for lack of a better translation, just the Holy Spirit in the Christian context, and the Shekinah.
Interesting. Also, I remember what I was going to say before. It's almost like this connection doesn't get drawn directly with, like, the two powers, rather than getting drawn, at least in Islam, between the Holy Spirit, at least directly, and this idea of, like the feminine divine, or whatever, feminine co-equal. Instead, you could almost view the Islamic view of Jibril as in some way, and again, it's not going to be a perfect comparison, but in some ways comparable to the role that Enoch or, Metatron plays within Judaism as this agent of God almost.
Sure, yeah, sure. It gets especially interesting in some of the more, early esoteric commentaries on the Quran, because several people, and this shows up in the Zohar, where the Shekinah is actually equated with Muhammad himself.
Interesting.
Just as the Shekinah is equated with the Messiah in the Zohar.
Or like within a Christian understanding, how people understand Christ as being Jesus rather than Jesus embodying Christ.
Yeah, that's the more docetistic kind of Gnostic version of it. The stuff I actually like more than official Christology. Yeah, essentially. Yeah.
Wow. This is so fascinating. So I was thinking, unless you have any other thoughts, we could get into the documentary. And it's interesting because it touches on so much of this stuff about, like, because this is the thing that, like, on one hand, I'm aware of the big role that that femininity in connection with the divine plays within Judaism, especially Orthodox Judaism. But it's something that I've definitely always, like, even with that, I still find myself extremely heterodox, because, like, to me, it's not just about acknowledgement, but, like, as it goes, like, beyond just, I don't know exactly how to put it into words, but, like, I feel like that in a lot of the ways the spirit is there, but, like, in some ways you still have a lot of this action. Like, it's almost like the thoughts are there, but the actions still have this patriarchal lean to them.
Yeah, I mean, I had this discussion on my Facebook wall with somebody regarding the Zohar and the narrative of Lilith in it. This is one of the things that has always troubled me, is that even though the Zohar, technically is kind of trying to move away from the more misogynistic perspective of the Talmud or the Mishnah, the more orthodox approach to these interpretation. But with the whole Lilith narrative of the Zohar, it is still lingering to some extent. So we had this debate on my wall. This is based on the doco that what's his name, the great current YouTube mystagogue, Justin Sledge. He put 2 pieces up on the whole development of the Lilith topos in both in Judaism and predating Judaism, and then ending it with the narrative of Lilith and Zohar itself. And a friend of mine who actually lives in Israel, Joseph Niedelman Ruiz, I don't think he's watched the documentary, but you got to scroll up a little bit more. Yeah, keep scrolling. There it is. Yeah, there's the discussion. And we had a back and forth about it. He put a big message about it. I love the Zohar. Like I mentioned in my response to him, Zohar has been one of those texts that has nurtured me. Nevertheless, where the whole Lilith typology is concerned, there's a kind of wanting to have your cake and eating it too thing going on in the Zohar as well. That one can interpret the Zohar often in as many ways as interpretations are possible. But from a standard reading of that narrative of Lilith in the Zohar, it's quite misogynistic. The whole notion of the Sitra Ahra is capable, and through Lilith is capable of seducing, God, the All High itself is just weird concept. I've lost your voice.
Maybe it has some connection to this idea of like in imago Deo, of, well, if people have nocturnal emissions, then God must as well. I mean,
but then what does that do to I mean, look, let's break this concept down. When you delve into the High Kabbalah, right? Anything that we attribute to the Ein Sof is beyond our, it's just nonsense. We cannot, this is beyond all conceptualization. It is radically transcendent, beyond all possibility of being defined. So at what level are we talking about the divine? Are we talking of the divine on the level of its emanations within the human world, for example? And are we, the God we're talking about, is that the manifestation of a Sephiroth within a prophet, within the Messiah? What are we talking about? And these are not defined properly. I think maybe deliberately, because a text like the Zohar, because of its nature, is also in some ways meant to both mislead and act as a reflective device, for the person who's reading it, rather than to take the statements literally.
Almost like a reflecting pool that when you touch it, it ripples.
Yeah. But this notion of the Sitra Ahra, the other side, that then is kind of embodied in the left pillar of the tree of life, and the speculations that both are offered in Zohar itself, and then in the post-Zoharic Kabbalistic literature. Some of this stuff is really, it's not just out there. It's just bizarre. Some of the statements and speculations that come out of that literature.
Yeah. Also, another thing that I think is kind of interesting is how, in some ways, Lilith is already kind of this, almost like bifurcation and just the evil form of the goddess. But in another way, there's a further bifurcation that happens, not just between her, but between Lilith and Lila. Basically, the Lila, who's the angel of conception and who watches over children when they're in the womb. And also, I think there's also some traditions actually have her as the one, like she's the one who brings people into the world and takes them away. But basically, that with that, she's like the merciful form of and in some ways almost the opposite of Lilith, because she brings children into the world, not rather than taking children out of the world. And Lilith, I don't know how much further I could take that analogy, but
yeah. Anyway, we just put that out there.
Yeah. So here, let's finish this one, and then we can get started on the actual document.
Si han pasado por todas las normas que rigen la conversión de un judío, que no vengan a decirme que tú no eres judío.
Eres judío simplemente porque tus padres, tus antepasados fueron judíos. Perdón, no es así.
Y realmente poco a poco se va construyendo este retorno.
Para hacer un retorno, primero tienes que haber ido.
I was raised by my grandmother, who came from a poor Jewish shtetl in Russia. If you ever saw Fiddler on the Roof, that's how it was growing up with her. She kept a kosher home, and her Yiddish parables form most of my concepts of right and wrong. There's wisdom in tradition, but most of that old world is gone now. Maybe that's why I'm fascinated by the Hasids in my neighborhood. Many of my neighbors feel they're a little backward and the women second-class citizens. But if they're anything like my grandmother, they take a backseat to no one.
I love that.
I'm heading up north to a seminary for Hasidic women. Recently, one of their teachers made international news.
C'est en respectant à la lettre la tradition juive orthodoxe que la cérémonie a eu lieu. Des juifs, bien sûr, mais aussi beaucoup de curieux qui ont répondu à l'invitation de la mariée de se joindre à la célébration.
Usually, Hasids keep to themselves, but the bride, Hannah Salem, opened her wedding to the whole town, hoping to heal the wounds after an anti-Semitic incident.
C'était vraiment un projet communautaire. Je voulais inviter tout le monde, je voulais que tout le monde participe, je voulais que tout le monde voit ce que c'est. Tout le monde peut venir.
The world press took notice. An open Hasidic wedding had never happened before.
This is not only a first for you, this is also a first for us. This is the very first time that we are going to have a community wedding.
The school's founder, a rabbi's wife, is also opening her doors to me. As I get there, Hasidic girls are arriving from all over the world to start a new school year.
Hi, what's your name? How are you? Oh my God. This is like very tempting.
First of all, I want to welcome you to seminary. And I want to tell you a little bit about seminary. What are some of our goals? How do we want to implement it? We'll just go over the rules quickly. Our main goals in seminary, okay, are really for you to have an increased love and appreciation for Hashem, Torah, and the Rebbe.
So so increased appreciation for Hashem, so God, the Torah, and the Rebbe. And I mean, I do think it's interesting because he did have a lot of good ideas, but at the same time, the like the reverence that some people have for him, it does go. I mean, I guess it's also maybe within a Western context that it seems strange, but it's kind of like when you look at it in context of other movements that, you know, don't have the same paradigm of existing in the West, that they typically aren't seen as that. Like I don't know if that makes any sense. Like, I definitely disagree with like a lot of the politics, but in terms of like the religious ideology or this idea of, you know, having a teacher that you follow, it's not that different than the idea of a guru or of, you know.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's something that I've always found interesting. But he was a big part in increasing the representation of Jewish women and girls in both like like visibly, so whether that's like in, you know, commercials or whether that, you know, in books, like, you know, that, you know, before they wouldn't depict women, but now, you know, you still depict them modestly, but it's about trying to even the playing field. And it's like he viewed it as being connected with, you know, this idea of, I forget the specific term, but, you know, basically the reversal of the higher and the lower, that the feminine is in the lower but more immanent, and the masculine is like transcendent and unreachable. But then there's this idea of like flipping it, but having them almost like where they're like where they're both above and below at the same time. So it's almost like I don't know how to explain it exactly, but do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Like almost this idea of once like the distance or the relative distance between the two is what creates the distance, rather than the fact that there's something inherently distant about the masculine or eminent about the feminine. It just has to do with how they are relative to each other at the moment.
Yeah. Which is fine. So are they training these women to be female rabbis, or what's going on?
Oh, definitely not. They're training them how to be like good Orthodox girls or like Hasidic girls.
I see.
And like in one of the previews, one of the people talks about like how she doesn't like it how this one woman that they showed that's running the program, how she's brainwashing them, and then they tell that to the woman, and the woman's like, well, you know, sometimes you know, the brain needs washing, and I'm like, it's just like, oh, like, okay, yes, maybe, but like, don't say that. Like the only way that I can see that is if what we refer to as brainwashing is actually brain dyeing or like staining brains with ideas, rather than, you know, allowing people to like, I'd almost say it's like integrating versus integrated, regardless of what that is. And how, like, you know, when you wash something, you get dirt out, but it can also, you know, get other stuff out. But simultaneously, when you dye something, it's very hard to get that out. And so I think dyeing is more analogous to brainwashing. But still, it's kind of one of those things where even if it's technically true, not a good look to say it, but, you know.
Elles ont choisi de venir dans un séminaire. Un séminaire, c'est pour leur apprendre comment être une vraie femme. Et elles ne doivent pas chercher de causes extérieures ou d'éléments extérieurs comme Internet, portable et tous ces trucs-là au dorme pour s'occuper. Non, elles vont rechercher quelque chose d'autre, quelque chose de plus profond.
Okay, now we're going to go over some of the rules. No iPods. Any iPod discovered will be confiscated. In addition to obvious covering of legs and elbows at all times, overall appearance must befit a Hasidic girl, as today's style is tight. Sometimes the style is very much to emphasize certain parts of the body. The whole idea of tznius is that you're supposed to see the person, not body parts. We want to promote to you. If a student wears something that does not conform with
That's actually something that I do think is important, though. I mean, one of my friends, she's like she didn't she didn't grow up this way. She ended up becoming religious later, but one of the reasons why she feels empowered by being religious is because the way she dresses, like, she doesn't feel like people are talking to her or are interested in her simply for her body, because that's like, and I think that's a really important thing about modesty. It's kind of the same reason why, you know, say you're really rich, I mean, you can't just not be really rich all of a sudden, but you also want to have friends. And like, if you go around flaunting your money, then you never actually know if anyone who hangs around you is actually
really your friend. Yeah.
So like, I do think there is an empowering part of that, but I also think that because it's seen as mandatory, it also takes away some of that. So it's like, if someone doesn't grow up in that community and they choose to, then it's empowering. But I think it's really hard to say that someone can have that perspective like as objective, maybe not as objectively, but to have it as maybe relativistic if they grew up that way, because they don't know what it's like to be the other way. But if you choose, it's almost one of those things where like the issue of raising children in religion versus, you know, teaching children about religion and letting them choose what they want to do.
Sure. But how long is my question? How long has this been a prevalent paradigm in Orthodox communities?
Which one?
You know, just the element of choice, because you know most Orthodox religious communities in all traditions, whether you're talking about Islam or even Judaism until recently, there was elements of compulsion, especially where women are concerned.
Honestly, I'm not really 100% sure about that. That's probably something that, like a historian of, you know, of like Jewish religion would know more about. But I suspect it probably has to do with immigration to Western countries.
Probably, yeah.
Because I think you see a similar paradigm with people from or like people who come from Muslim backgrounds as well.
Sure.
Like
sure.
once you have this ability of freedom of thought, like where it's enshrined, it means that, you know, even if you do have this, like, even if you do have this familial or communal pressure to, you know, to be a certain way, ultimately there is like a not as fundamentalist community that you would be welcomed in. So it's not like all or nothing. It's more so like everything you know, or something that, you know, is similar, but you didn't grow up that way.
But in the more Haredi communities, you know, there's still that element of compulsion is still there. But what was that documentary or docudrama that was made that came out of Netflix that became quite controversial about this woman who fled her Haredi community in New York or the East Coast of the United States, went to Berlin? Do you know about that?
Unorthodox?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think it's definitely a factor. That's one of the reasons why there's actually quite a few Jewish organizations that have been set up in order to help people who, you know, who are trying to, I don't know if the word would be like to escape, or, you know, to basically to, you know, have a life outside of the ultra Orthodox community. And that's something that, you know, in the same way that you have, you know, religious people helping non-religious people become religious, you also have non-religious people or less religious people helping more religious people who want to be less religious to get out and still have a support system. Because at the end of the day, like, you can have the ability to, but if you don't have the support system or the means to support yourself, you know, like leaving your community.
You can die.
Yeah.
You can literally die. Yeah, of course.
And I think that's one of the reasons why you also probably have such a like within the more religious communities, such a rejection of things like the internet, because that is one of the main ways how these activists who are trying to help, you know, people who are trying to get a life outside of the community, like, because, you know, it's much easier to find people on the internet than it is in person, given, I mean, also, you know, imagine you have an activist that they're like shouting, you know, or like they have a sign saying, you know, do you need help to leave the you know, the Haredi community? And you do this in the middle of like Williamsburg or in Crown Heights, and oh my God, that you would get run out of town so fast. But yeah, it's one of those things where you do have improvements, but you still have a lot of things that are lacking. And I think you do have this with most communities, but it is one of these things where it's like I think it's incumbent upon everyone to call it out where they see it, but specifically within their own communities first. And again, not to ignore it in other communities, but it's kind of like at the end of the day, people have the most impact within their own communities, I think. It's also one of the reasons why, as screwed up as it is with a broken system, the best way to change it is from within. Either that or finding something that people will actually accept that would replace it, but all too often that's even harder.
The first time there will be a warning. The next time something inappropriate is worn, it will be confiscated. The girls found in any place that isn't suitable for a seminary girl, including non-Jewish coffee shops, she will be expelled from seminary for 2 weeks. No hitchhiking permitted. If a student is caught, she will be sent home. Students should respect and listen to what is being told to them by their dorm counselors. I see the way the girls come in and how they leave, how they come in not sure, and they leave, with confidence and sure about themselves and sure about their mission and sure about how they're going to carry that out, or ready about their mission and sure.
Interesting. I wonder if she's related to Rabbi Karlbach, which actually, I'm not sure. But his other daughter has tried to do a lot to basically, I mean, obviously you can't, repair the horrible actions of another person, but to try and do her part to not again, you can't undo damage, but to try and help the victims of her father. Because do you know about Shlomo Karlbach?
No, I don't.
So he's one of the most famous nigun or wordless songwriters in modern Judaism, especially Orthodox. But it turns out that he actually was abusing a lot of women and children, girls, and that he ended up getting called out by it, called out for it. I think this was, I want to say the 80s or the 90s. And his daughter, who's a rabbi herself, has basically made it her mission to try and again, you can't undo any of that, but to try and do as much as she can to to repair the damage that he did. And a big part of that is by advocacy, but yeah, I wonder if she's related at all, because his other daughter that became a rabbi, obviously she's not as religious, otherwise she wouldn't be accepted as a rabbi, but if she was religious, or not religious, but more religious, excuse me. But yeah, it's, and see, this is the thing, you have these issues of abuse within every community, but it's all too easy for, a community, or for different communities or parts of communities to be like, oh well, let's not draw attention to it, just because it's and I think this is something that in some ways it's probably the worst within the Christian world, just because of how institutionalized the Catholic Church has become, for better and for worse. It's one of those things where it's I think there is something positive about something that can connect people from different parts of the world. But at the same time, if it's done under compulsion, that becomes a huge problem.
Yeah. You also have this rampant within a lot of these new age cults, yoga cults.
Oh, yeah.
Very rampant.
I think it's probably because once you allow someone to amass power, it ultimately, if they're already a corrupt person, it's likely they'll do it. If they're not, then it's something that, hopefully it never comes across their mind. But if it does, all of a sudden, it's almost like, most people will never, open a moving car door and jump out of a moving car. But the fact that it can happen, if someone's aware of that and someone knows that they have the ability to do that, regardless of the fact that they might not want to, it just inherently increases the chances that they will, just because of, but.
To carry that out, or ready to take on their mission in life.
The next day, I arrive early. The girls have been up for hours, preparing meals, getting ready for class, and doing chores. Their long sleeves and long skirts are part of a tradition of modesty, known as sneas.
The nations of the world. So why don't I just say in doing the will of God?
My first impression of Honey is that she's swamped.
You know, it's very interesting because many times people think that Jewish schools for girls is like a new thing because it only came up like in the last generation. But it says if we look back all the way to the time of the Jews in the desert, there were always leaders among the women. There were always prophetesses among the women. There were always judges among women. So it's not a new thing. All along, there were always brilliant women who knew the law, sometimes even more than men.
Teaching, running a school, as well as being a mother. This is a woman on a mission. But I wonder what's making her so driven.
It's interesting, though, the focus on how, you have so many heroes, judges, teachers that were women in the Bible. And it's something that a lot of the, like the patriarchies that are responsible for the, most established forms of the religions end up completely glossing over for the most part.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do.
Like I was actually just listening before I started streaming. It was, I don't remember what it was, but it was something about women in the Christian and Jewish tradition. And just, I knew there were influential women in the early church, but I didn't realize how many. But it all comes down to, who gets talked about the most, who gets the most airtime.
Exactly.
I got married when I was 20 years old, and a week after my wedding, I came with my husband, who was rabbi already of the synagogue here, and we started our life here in Senegal. And thank God we were blessed with 12 children.
12.
People sometimes say, like, oh, you're just a baby machine. And I always say to them, I'm happy the machine works.
The way you want?
Sometimes my husband feels that, that everything I'm doing takes away sometimes from the kids, I said, oh, wow, that's nice.
Don't jump too high, because baby's on. Remember.
One of my children passed away, my 8th child. Shekinah was his name. He passed away from SIDS at the age of 3 months. And we started the school in his memory. God had a purpose to bring this child into this world only for 3 months because he didn't have to. Like, what was the point? For me to go through a pregnancy and for him to live 3 months and then to leave, like, obviously there was a reason. And it was a very important reason.
See, that's like, obviously, that's a very personal experience. I can't even imagine what that would be like. But I do, like, without talking about this, specifically, I do wonder if in some ways the attribution of, like stillbirths or, early childhood deaths being attributed to Lilith has anything to do with almost this subconscious blaming of the feminine. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. This is how patriarchy operates on this psychic level. Precisely this very thing. This is why I find this whole narrative of Lilith quite troubling. A very troubling element of Judaism, at least the rabbinic Judaism, because Lilith is actually a class of demon, which is actually a plural from the Sumero-Babylonian world. And it's only we start hearing about Lilith in the post-Babylonian exile period, in early Talmudic literature. But yeah, this is a very troubling thing, and this is how they get the women, to pull, to become basically enforcers of the patriarchy. It's through such narratives.
Yeah, like rather than looking at it like this terrible thing happened, what can I do with it? She's looking at it as this terrible thing happened for a reason. I need to figure that out. And I think that's yeah.
Or if they push it to the extreme, I need to spend my life in a state of penance to atone for it, which is, equally a theological fallacy from another point of view.
Yeah. This is a good question. So, Sage of Sidon said, "What book do you find Lilith in, though, if she's not in Genesis?" I think this is is it like Ezekiel or Jeremiah? Maybe it's talking about.
She doesn't appear. Lilith doesn't appear anywhere in the Bible by name. There is a mention and condemnation of a queen of heaven that has been usually said to be Astarte, but then later on in tradition, there's a conflation that occurs between Astarte and Lilith. But it isn't until like some of the early or late Hekalat literature and early Kabbalistic literature that we start hearing about Lilith by name.
So, I mean, like where it is mentioned, it's not referencing Lilith, but let's see, is the White Owl, the Pelican. Wait, where is it? Basically, the word is Lilitu, which is connected with the night demons that you're talking about. But it's thought that these screech owls, or the noises they made, were associated with these demons. So, in a sense, even though the owls aren't the demons, they're connected.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then you do have people who read, Adam ve'ishto, Adam and his wife, that the wife is Lilith, and then the second wife
That's
is
the Talmud. That's the Talmud. That first is mentioned in the Talmud.
Interesting. Yeah, because it doesn't I mean, wow, because that is interesting, because you have to explain it away. Otherwise, why is her name only given when they're kicked out? And
exactly.
So it's unless, I think I've talked with you about this, unless what if she was already named and Ishto was the same being that created them?
That's one way to look at it. But then the question is, why doesn't she show up in any earlier literature? See, it's only in the post-exilic period, post-Babylonian exile period, that this entire topos starts to appear in Jewish literature. So, as a historian, I look at this as being, a form of anti-pagan propaganda, and specifically anti-goddess propaganda. And the timeline here is very close to the period where the book of Deuteronomy starts to get canonized. And it's, Deuteronomy that has the whole anti-Asherah, thing going on, which now archaeology is proving to have been, quite an ancient practice. So there seems to be, this faction that won out in these ideological wars. When the Persians sent the Jews back to the Holy Land, whoever took power, whoever became the dominant ideological force amongst Jewish people, just went all out. And so you have these, subtle but not, explicit conflations going on between Asherah, Lilith, Astarte. All of these things are all happening at the same time. And it's only now that scholarship is beginning to pick these out and discuss these things. And the debates are actually quite interesting.
Definitely. I do think, though, that in some ways, if it would perhaps if these narratives existed earlier, or that they did exist earlier, that they were removed, and that the only reason that this wasn't was in some ways because while it is very patriarchal, there is, obviously, if you read it a certain way, which I don't think that's a good enough reason to say that's the actual meaning of it, but it's, just an interpretation, that in some ways you do have these narratives that, if examined, in a certain way could be used to actually break some of the patriarchal models. That it's almost like I'd almost compare it to, say that this probably isn't like a good model of physics, but say you have like a seed, you have the hole of the seed, and say the seed hole is like so dense that it causes the seed to sink. But then you have the inside part of the seed, which is responsible for the growth, but it's protected and kept, only a certain amount of moisture can get in it because of how the seed hole is. And so say that you want it to float to the top, then you could have the inner part of the seed, outside of the hole, but eventually it'll start rotting because it's exposed to the elements. So it's like, I think in some ways the elements of like goddess religion within Judaism got preserved in a way where, like, had it been any more, Judaism probably would have been destroyed. Whereas like the amount that was in it, it's enough to revive or to regrow, but it's not enough that it's seen as a threat.
Why express it in that fashion? See, that's the question. I mean, yeah, I agree with you, and that's a very good gloss on that. But why express it in that specific form then? Why not? I mean, there are many other forms of metaphors or allegories that this can be expressed in the same way.
I mean, maybe it has to do with this idea of like having certain elements of this in it while they're also like rewriting over or basically retelling old myths like the Numa Elish or the myth of Atrahasis, like how they're redoing them in a way that it's anti-pagan, but there's still a possibility to read a not inherent it almost seems like when these narratives were written that they weren't as patriarchal as when they were interpreted, if that makes any sense.
Or let's put it another way. This is the scholarly consensus that there was a concern at the time about the ideological cohesiveness and composition of the Jewish community of the time that was returning back to Israel. So what was it that was bothering these people, or the nascent rabbinic tradition, that they had to craft narratives in this fashion? The only answer that scholarship seems to give is that because, and you see this even today, is because segments of the Jewish community at the time were actually being pulled into these practices and into these belief systems, so that there was the numbers were diminishing. So as a form of propagandizing against the diminishment of numbers, such narratives were produced as a means of keeping communities together. I mean, that's a contemporary modernist interpretation.
I mean, it could make sense though, because why would they need to rewrite the Numa Elish if there's a way to read the Canaanite gods into it? Because like if you do view it within the syncretic tradition, where you have Anu being equivalent with Shemaim, El would be connected with Enlil, Yahweh with Enki, so on and so forth. Given not a perfect paradigm, but like enough where people could see their tradition in other traditions. And so by rewriting it, they're saying these traditions, I mean, I think in some ways because some of the elements are taken, like they stay, but then the other elements, like for instance, these other gods, they're just diminished to natural forces. They don't have any intellect of their own. So like, for instance, the sun and the moon, the heavens and the earth, and so like you still have this idea of this supreme God creating it all, but the difference is the things that he's creating aren't gods in and of their own right. And probably the reason why you would take those same narratives is because the Numa Elish was becoming very popular amongst the Judean exiles.
Yeah. That's the only conclusion that makes any sense, actually.
Wow. And see, like the thing is, I I mean, like, I understand why people want, you know, like answers and they want to know something for certain, but it's like at the end of the day, like, I don't know, if you take some like a religious tradition and you believe that that's like, you know, the truth for certain, and you let that be kind of, you know, maybe you don't stop questioning, but you stop questioning outside of a certain paradigm. Like, I don't know, it's something that is always kind of, it struck me because at the end of the day, you can ask questions that you don't even believe. Like,
Sure.
you know, what's the danger besides learning something? And at the end of the day, if something's not true, it's not true. But if something's true and you learn it and it disturbs your worldview, you can't just unlearn that. It requires cognitive dissonance in order to ignore
Sure.
that. Yeah.
But for some reason, all three of the Abrahamic traditions seem to be operate under the they seem to operate under the paradigm that in order to get to the truth, you have to constrict your mind as much as possible. At least the exoteric traditions say that. Whereas, you know, esoteric traditions and some of the Eastern traditions, not all of them, believe the opposite. You know, that in order to attain the truth, you know, you consider every idea, you consider everything, and then you transcend it.
Wow.
This also occurs to a large degree in you know, traditions like Ismailism in Islam and you know, certain traditions of Sufism, not all of them. So, and then we meet it again in the Kabbalah, in certain forms of the Kabbalah. Whether, I mean, I'm not so much convinced that this idea exists in Isaac Luria, but you definitely find it in the Italian Renaissance Kabbalists.
Is that like Girona or no? Girona is Spain. Sorry, never mind.
Yeah.
Oh,
Girona's contemporaneous. It's slightly contemporaneous with Moses de Leon and all those guys who put the Zohar together. So they're about, you know, 13th, late 12th, 13th, 14th centuries. And then the Italian Kabbalists, these are actual Jewish Italian Kabbalists in around same time or a little after, you know, what was going on in Florence and, you know, with those figures like Pica de Mirandola and whatnot. The Italian Kabbalists are actually, in my very underrated and probably one of the most interesting of the schools of Kabbalah. And they were non-Lurianic. In fact, their approach was much closer, even though, you know, they talk about the Sephirotic tree of life, etc. They seem to have been influenced by figures like Abu Lafia and Gikatila, that kind of stream of Kabbalah, the pre-Zohar, pre-Lurianic system, immediately.
So this is interesting. You know about like de Bartonora?
Yes.
Is he part of that tradition because he embodies a lot of this kind of hermetic like elements?
I think so, yeah.
Because like one of the things I remember reading is how he correlates I think it's either 8 or maybe 9 vestments of the high priest with the different planetary spheres and with I want to say he also connects the different instruments in Psalm. I think it's 150. It's like was it like praise or it's hallelujah tofu macho hallelujah siltile trua, like basically talking about all these different instruments. And it's interesting because it has some like Orphic overlaps with this, you know, association of different instruments with like different planetary spheres. And I just remember that Bartonora was from Italy, so I don't know when he was alive.
Moshe Idenu has written quite a fair bit about this, both in I think in 1 or 2 books and also in several articles. He's covered this area.
Is he still alive?
I'm not sure. I mean, he was technically, you know, Sholom's successor at the Hebrew University. He was pretty old back in the 90s, so But his scholarship is excellent.
So this is interesting. So Rabbi Ovadia de Bartanora or Bartanora, let's see, what is this? 1455 to 1520. Is that the right time period, you think?
That's about 15th century, early 16th century. Yep, that's it.
Interesting. Let's see.
Part of my mission, I guess, was to make that reason obvious. And how do you do that? By building a school, which is going to teach people how to live a godly life, how to be a good person. What does Hashem want from them? And so he's not here to do that, but we are here to do that in his memory.
For Honey, class is wherever the bus takes them. She and her students are Lubavitch, a sect of Hasidim that is more progressive than most.
But what I see about the Lubavitch community is that they're more open, and that's what I like about Mrs. Kalbach, that she teaches us to be open-minded and to think. She was telling us in class, think narrow, think like this
So
now.
Chaya
Now, where do you feel
Mushka
it?
was the name of the Chabad Rebbe, the last Chabad Rebbe's wife, Chaya Mushka Schneerson.
Feel it in your mind here. Now think open. Close your eyes for a minute and you feel it in your head, this space. You feel you can breathe, and that's what the Lubavitch is. It's more open to the world. I like the way of that way of life.
Their school prepares them to create a home according to the laws of Torah. Today, they're in Montreal to be exposed to some of the best Hasidic teachers, learning everything from theology to childcare.
Sounds a bit like someone's crying.
Sounds like a cry, right? These three blasts of the shofar are three different expressions of who we are. Because we have two sides to us. We have a godly soul and we have an animal soul. So what do we have? We have a struggle. We have an animal soul that is self-absorbed, self-centered, thinking about me. And then we have a godly soul that's thinking about, what am I here for? What does God want from me now?
One of the mothers is going to bring you a child. Is going to see this child has diabetes. You also have to understand what it is. You have to know what's the signs.
According to Kabbalah, woman is malchus. Woman is royalty. And the power of the woman is to be able to bring down the spiritual into a concrete world.
Because, we make a statement when we dress, right? And when we dress in that dignified way to express the dignity that we carry. And not, God forbid, to cheapen it and to say, hey, look at me, I'm just a body. I am more than just a body.
Hasids, like other Jews, aren't in the...
And so, you definitely see how there is an empowering element of it, but on the other hand, you also see how it's used in order to draw people in to a way where they do, it's almost like, to be fair, without this, I think that Judaism, at least, Orthodox Judaism would be much further back, but it's one of those things where I think progress, steps very slowly. But that doesn't mean that, people should continue to walk at that pace, but to try to speed up the pace.
Brother, I have to go. Let's get together again for one of these, on a topic that we can talk hours for, and I have the time to actually spend.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for hopping on.
Keep me posted on what happens with your operation.
I will. Thank you so much. Oh, Vesper asked, does Wahid have a channel or something? So yeah, I'll share the channel. Just so. Or do you have anything you want to say about your channel or your work?
Yeah, I'm just I did one podcast recently with Salman Sheikh, and I did another one with the Gnostic Quran channel. They're on there, so go ahead and take a look at those.
Yeah, here's the Gnostic Quran.
Yeah, that was the Gnostic Quran. I love this guy. I love his channel. And I loved his content. And he's getting into some very, very interesting historical stuff. That's definitely a channel I endorse. So it was very great to appear in one of the live podcasts with him. And maybe we'll do another one together in the coming future.
Awesome.
Anyway, I gotta scoot. Everybody be well.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye. So yeah, here I'll show you the link to his channel. I'll post it in the comments too if it makes it easier. Let's see. So the comment here has Wahid's channel. I'm just showing it. I mean, yeah, it's pretty easy to just type in if you don't want to have to copy and paste, because it's really not complicated. It's literally just youtube.com/Wahid is all. So let's see. What is this? Brother Valero Visco on Sapere Aude was actually the one that told me that Hasidic Jews originate in Italy. Sorry if it's a gross reduction. I know what you're talking about. The thing is, there's different types of Hasidic Jews. And definitely subscribing. Love Gnostic Quran. Cool. Yeah, sub. Nice. So let's continue with this.
But the Lubavitch do have emissaries.
Before I married, I thought to myself, I really, really wanted to go on shluchos, to go be an emissary of the Rebbe somewhere, anywhere, like.
So it's a gross reduction to say this, but basically, shluchos, if you were to translate it, would be mission. Shaliach or shliach would be missionary. But again, they don't try and convert anyone to Judaism. They try to bring people who are Jewish back into the fold.
One of Honey's goals is for these girls to become shluchas, like Leah Silberstein.
Is the one that's going to run.
Shluchas are sent around the world to spread religious teachings to non-practicing Jews, like myself.
If you were to go into this big ocean and you put a boiling pot of water in it, what would affect what? Would the hot boiling water make the ocean warm, or would the ocean cool off the hot water? And the answer is obvious. The ocean would cool off the hot water. But there's one way where this boiling pot will never become cool, and it might even affect its surroundings. And
if it's still plugged in?
The boiling pot is plugged in at all times.
No, but
this boiling.
There's a reason, seriously, there's a reason you should not put a plugged-in pot of boiling water into an ocean, especially a salty one. I mean, does anyone here need me to tell them why that's a bad idea? Seriously? That's how you electrocute yourself. Don't do that. Bad idea. But the analogy would work better if it was an eternally boiling pot of hot water. The moment you say it's plugged in, you're implying that it's dangerous. Let's see. Wahid all last guest was also a guest on Sapir Ade channel, Small World. Interesting.
Pot, not only shouldn't it get affected, but it actually slowly will warm the ocean. And we live in a society where a lot of values.
Wait, are we talking about global warming? I don't like this idea. I don't think we should warm up the oceans. Bad idea. Leads to algae blooms. Bad idea. Ice melts. Bad idea.
Dropped. And it's up to us to try and warm the little bit around us.
To the Hasids, this modern world must seem like an ocean that constantly threatens to erode their way of life.
Why make picture? Why?
Like the song in Fiddler on the Roof, tradition keeps them plugged into who they are.
The morning prayer, particularly, is a time in which we can commune with our own spirituality and approach God. A person's life in this world is designed to fuse material existence with spiritual reality. It's a very difficult thing to do because as soon as we leave Shul out in the world, by 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock in the morning, you forget who you are, where you are. The world is eating you up. What happened with spirituality? Well, the point is that these precious moments in the morning of quiet, of learning, that is the sort of remnant to provide us with inspiration for an entire day.
The Hasids, like the Buddhists, are
Only problem with that is you have to already be embedded in the tradition in order for it to make sense. Otherwise, it's just words that you don't understand. I mean, that's the big reason why I never became very religious. I mean, given now that I understand Hebrew, but I'm also a bit more, open-minded. It's part of the reason why I have become more religious, but not more orthodox. But at the end of the day, if you want this to have any meaning, you want to feel this connection to something, you have to know what you're saying. I mean, I guess on some level, people can feel that without it, but in order to make it part of a daily routine, I guess inevitably, if you do, eventually you end up learning what it all means. But still, I think that it's there.
aware of the importance of mindfulness.
What was my main? How many moments in the course of one's life can one say that I'm here? This is it. Precious few, and that's very frightening. Where am I actually in a moment where I can say this is not a means to the end? This is it. That every moment can be everything. I'm eating. So what's eating? But if eating it's a mitzvah, I'm eating the way God wants me to, then that act of eating becomes a way to connect to God, reveals Him on earth. It's everything. There's a godly way to sleep. There's a godly way we wake up in the morning. There's a godly way we wake up in the morning and bathe and go to the bathroom. So every moment is there. There's no greater joy than that.
Few people realize that the ancient stories of the Torah are more than mere history or allegory. According to Kabbalah, the secret aspect of Judaism, each letter represents a cosmic principle and is influenced by the letters surrounding it. Every curve and line of every letter hides a wealth of esoteric knowledge. Decipher these encrypted texts, and the mysteries of the universe will be revealed to you. Here, God is not seen as a bearded old man, but as the eternal essence that makes up everything.
So that's crucial. This idea that literally God is not a man with a beard in the sky. God is what is responsible for everything.
Decipher these encrypted texts, and the mysteries of the universe will be revealed to you. Here, God is not seen as a bearded old man, but as the eternal essence that makes up everything. As in the classic yin and yang, there is a male aspect of God, which is balanced by the female aspect of God, called Shekinah.
One of the ways he referred to God is this term Shekinah. And Shekinah, in its grammatical construct, is a feminine word. It means the presence of God. Then I should say that human beings are fundamentally feminine from the Jewish perspective.
That was really interesting, though, what he was saying. I'm going to see if I can find anything on this. The Islamic idea of the Shekinah. I mean, let's see. Shekinah, Islam. Whoa. Okay, that's interesting. Shekinah means tranquility, apparently. What's this lady? Interesting. Oh, hold on. I wasn't sharing it. Shoot. Let's see. Okay, this is interesting. Apparently connecting the Shekinah with the Ark of the Covenant, which would make sense. Graham Hancock. Let's see. Shekinah, Islam. Let's see.
Is from Shazia. She says, I'd like to know if reciting the ayah or the ayat, the verses of Shekinah, the verses of tranquility, which are in Surah Al-Baqarah, verse 246, Surah Al-Tawbah, verses 26 and 40, Surah Al-Fath, verse number 4, 17 and 26. Is it at times of stress? Is this authentic? Now, these verses of the Quran include the word as-sakina, tranquility.
Wow.
And the Prophet ﷺ used to ask Allah Azza wa Jal for as-sakina. For example, when he used to dig with the Muslims the trench in preparation for the enemies before they're coming, so they were digging the trench, he would say, oh Allah, reveal and make the sakina descend upon us.
Wow.
And the Prophet told us, ﷺ, when people gather in a masjid, in a house of worship of Allah Azza wa Jal, remembering Allah or studying the Quran, that the sakina surrounds them.
Holy crap. Wow. So here, let me find this. This is in Matthew as well. For where 2 or 3 gather in my name, there I am with them, or in their midst. Let's see. Wait, where is it? Shoot, I don't remember where it was. Here. Okay, 1820. For where 2 or 3 are gathered in my name, I am there in their midst. Spirit lives within us. What is the significance of where 2 or... Yes, it's referencing Christ, not Jesus, but obviously Christianity took it a certain way and went with it. Let's see, where's the... Oh, here.
So these 6 verses mentioned, 1 in Surah Al-Baqarah, 2 in Surah Al-Tawbah, and 3 in Surah Al-Fath. These verses were never mentioned in the authentic Sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ, but they are part of the Quran. And some scholars used to find tranquility in them when recited. Ibn al-Qayyim, may Allah have mercy on his soul, said that whenever our Shaykh, and he's referring to Ibn Taymiyyah, may Allah have mercy on his soul, would undergo something that was troubling him, and sometimes he would get these evil thoughts, and this is normal for believers to get evil thoughts, to be attacked by the devils in forms of depression, in forms of doubts, etc. The only difference is that scholars...
What about in forms of getting thrown off your scooter? Is that a way the devil attacks?
They are saved quickly, and Allah Azza wa Jal restores their iman and make them steadfast in few seconds or minutes. As Allah mentioned in the end, or at the end of Surah Al-A'raf chapter 7, that those who fear Allah, whenever they are touched by such whispers and such evil thoughts, they remember, and soon they can see things clearly. إِنَّ الَّذِينَ اتَّقَوْا إِذَا مَسَّهُمْ طَائِفٌ مِّنَ الشَّيْطَانِ تَذَكَّرُوا. They remember. So whenever Ibn Taymiyyah had these doubts or evil thoughts...
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I I really cringe at the Orthodox Jewish Bible version, like, New Testament, because they basically, like, for where 2 or 3 are gathered as a chavurah, or like as a group, and are a kahila in my name, like a gathering in my name. It's like, at that point, why not just translate the whole thing into Hebrew, or just like explain what those things mean? I mean, like, at the end of the day, if this is a way that first of all, don't call it the Orthodox Jewish Bible. But and I know this isn't you. This is me, pet peeving about whoever chose to name it that. But furthermore, if you are going to name it that, like, I mean, just don't. Like, you could call it the Jewish interpretation of the Greek Bible, or like Jewish Greek Bible. But, or how about Hebrew? How about Hebrew Greek Bible, or like, I mean, okay, yeah, I'm just being pedantic at this point. But the point being, though, is that, like, in my name, Moshiach, like, they're immediately assuming that this is talking about my name being Moshiach rather than God. But so there's definitely an ideological tilt to how this is translated. And so that's just something that I think, of all things to call it the Orthodox Jewish Bible, is just hilariously laughable. It would be almost like calling, frankly, it would be kind of like calling an Arabic translation of the Bhagavad Gita the Quran. It just isn't the Quran, not in the slightest version. Like, or, imagine saying, I could go on forever with this, but yeah. It's the only version I can get some Hebrew out of the New Testament from the Discord bot. That's fair. But yeah, what I would suggest is to try to find what those words are originally in Greek and find what they translate to in Hebrew, because you're going to learn more that way. But yeah, at the end of the day, however you choose to do it is up to you. It's just me as someone who, like, tries to read as much as I can in Hebrew. When I see, it's like, for instance, like, it would be like, to me, it'd be equivalent to saying, like, I am, it'd be like, so ani means it'd be like, ani going to the store. Like, that's not Hebrew. That, like, it's not even like, I don't know enough about, like, mixed languages where you actually have, like, for instance, like Spanglish, where you do have a blend between the two words, or like use of different words and different language words in different contexts. But I don't know, just in this regard, I do think it's kind of interesting, because imagine it's like, I'm going to the Makol. Well, but see, I guess this is kind of what it comes down to. That might make sense for someone who is living in a context in which they're, like, in which they're already understanding Hebrew. So, like, I think that might be what it comes down to. But again, at that point, if someone understands Hebrew well enough to, I guess it comes down to the level of knowledge of it. But whether, these are versions of the Greek Bible that are just translated into modern Hebrew, and there's also forms that are, like this, translated into English with a Hebrew tilt to it.
At times of illness, at times of weakness, when he was vulnerable the most, he would ask those around him to recite these verses of tranquility, of Shekinah, so that it would strengthen him. And in no time, he would regain his strength again. So scholars say that the whole Quran is means of healing and cure. Therefore, if you recite these verses seeking Allah's tranquility and Allah's healing to your doubts and evil thoughts when you are in a distressed times, then this is permissible, providing you do not consider that to be from the Sunnah. Rather, it is from the Quran, generally speaking, and the meanings do reflect and have a connection to the distress you are going through. So inshallah, this is permissible, and Allah Azza wa Jal knows best. going through. So inshallah, this is permissible. Allah Azza wa Jal knows better.
Talk about a way to make money, $100 for a half hour. Oof. I mean, like, at the end of the day, why not just go to a local imam or a local sheikh? But I guess, you know, if you like the guy, you're like, what's $100 for half an hour? Personally, don't understand it, but what you were talking about, though, it actually reminds me of this. Not too long. Let's see, what is this? What's it? Wait, original music video versus what's the difference between these two? Let's go with the. Wait, let me see. And then what's the other one? Yeah.
אז נתחזק ונתרפא.
נתחזק ונתרפא, אז נתחזק ונתרפא, אל נא רחמנא, אל נא רחמנא, אל נא רחמנא, אל נא רחמנא.
אז נתחזק ונתרפא, אז נתחזק ונתרפא, אז נתחזק ונתרפא, אז נתחזק להתחזק ולהתרפא. אלוה לפניו, אלוה לפניו, אלוה לפניו, אלוה לפניו.
So yeah, something that I find really interesting. Something I find really interesting about that song is that you don't have a single mention of Yahweh or anything connected to him directly, like Adonai or Yah, and nothing. It's all El. But I mean, another thing is that you have that same name used when God blesses people with fertility or with healing, and then when you're dealing with destruction or protection, it's usually going to be a reference to Yahweh or Adonai. And so I think this might be a reference to the Shekinah indirectly, but like it's, I mean, yeah, there's nothing direct. It's just Ana, which means Ana means answer or like answer me. So Ana El Na. So Na, just Na, not Ana, is please. Then El is God. So Ana El Na is was it oh please God, answer me. Rafana, please heal. Rafana. So that's actually a reference. It's taken from, what is it? It's a reference to Miriam when she's stricken with when she's stricken with leprosy, and so Moses prays to, and see that. Oh my, wait, that's huge, because if this takes place, I might be able to prove a point with this, and then we'll continue. Sorry. Let's see. Let's see. Safari, share tab. Ana El Nile. Let's see. I think it's in Exodus. Maybe it's in Genesis. No. Where would it be? Oh, I must be. Let's see. Let's see. Rafa na Fana. Oh, interesting. It's numbers. Okay, so let's see. Okay. Yahweh came down in a pillar of clouds, stopped at the entrance of the tent, and called out Aaron and Miriam. The two of them came forward, and God said, well, wait, hold on. No. Okay, wait, what? Vayomer Shimuna, and it's implied that, and they said, hear these, please listen to my words with Yehia, that, wait, what? When prophets of Yahweh arise among you, I make myself known to them in a vision. I'm just reading a translation. I speak with them in a dream. Not so with my servant Moses. He is trusted throughout my household. Okay. With him I speak mouth to mouth, pe el pe, plainly and not in riddles, and he beholds the likeness of Yahweh. But then did you not shrink from speaking against my servant Moses? Still incensed with them, Yahweh departed. As the cloud withdrew from the tent, there was Miriam stricken with snow white scales. Snow white. Let's see. Mitzorat kasheleg vayigen. Yeah, kasheleg. Like snow. Yeah, it'd be like snow. Apparently it's saying this might be a different thing. Oh no, snow white scales. It's mitzorot. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. When Aaron turned toward Miriam, he saw that she was stricken with scales. Hello, my lizard sister. And Aaron said to Moses, oh, let's see. Look at this. So, Vayomer Aharon el Moshe bi Adoni el Na. So here he's saying, oh my Lord, please do not account us to the sin which we committed in our folly. Let her not be like a stillbirth which emerges from its mother's womb with half its flesh eaten away. So Moses dang it. So now here, yeah, it's just Vayomer El. So when he said, so Vayitzak. So Moses cried out to Yahweh, Lemor, to say, El Na, please, God, Refanala, please heal her. Interesting. So, I mean, it's still interesting. Why not say Eli? Why not say my God? I mean, definitely doesn't support my argument like I thought it did, but it still is interesting. I want to see if I can find any commentary on this before we continue. All right. Let's see. Interesting. The first time, not, he says please, but the second time it's supposed to be that he's demanding it, or saying now. Yeah, nothing's really addressing any of, like, you know, where I'm looking at it, but then again, I'm not exactly looking at it from an orthodox standpoint. Let's see. The more, oh God, please heal her. Where dudes? Okay. This is Orach Chaim on Numbers 12:13. So please, O Lord, heal her. El Na. So please, O God, heal her. Moses addressed the attribute of chesed, similar to Psalms 52:3, where David speaks of chesed kal. I'm not sure. According to Rabbi Moshe Alsik, the chesed kindness of God's anger, in its very brevity, it lasts a second, no more. The words of Rafana are a plea to grant the cure immediately. Interesting. So it's like there's something there, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Let's see. Okay, wait, here. This should be good. Oh Lord, please heal her. The attribute El, which Moses prayed to, is the one with the power to heal. It is the part of the attribute of justice wrapped in mercy. In most instances, when this attribute, so chesed and din, or din and chesed, din and chesed. In most instances, when this attribute is expressed, it represents chesed, God's loving kindness. Examples are Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani, like, why have you forsaken me? God, El Elohim Devar. It's interesting how it says the Lord. Here it doesn't say anything about the Lord. El Elohim, so God the God spoke, and some Devar Vayire Aretz spoke, and he saw, and he made the earth be seen. The sequence of these attributes is Chesed, Din, Rachamim, the attributes which were employed by God when he created the universe. We also have a verse in Psalms 99:8 where God is described as relating to the Jewish people as El Noseh Hayit Lahem, like a God that lifts, that will lift them up. Or you related to them as a God who forgives. Okay, I totally messed up. If in apparent contradiction to the aforementioned, we find a verse in Psalm 7:12 which describes the El Zoem Bekol Yom, a God who pronounces doom each day. The meaning is that only on such days as the attribute of justice is manifest as God pronounced doom. There are many days when the attribute is not in evidence, seeing that the attribute of chesed has displayed in, as we know from Genesis 18:23, when Abraham prayed for the good people in Sodom. So much good that did, unfortunately. But I don't want to get into that conversation again because, yeah. Heal her now, oh God. Okay, two teachings for it. Let's see. Saying, Healer, I pray thee. Okay. Sorry, I just want to make sure. All right, let's see. Answer me. He was saying should be healed. Okay. Yeah, let's just go back. Let's see, where was it? This video. Oh, right here. See any comments? Yeah, that it's interesting because you also have double uses in Hebrew as well with the word al. So ojalá, oyala or ojalá means God willing in Spanish. Inshallah means if Allah wills. Interesting. It's weird that Yeso or Isa means Yeshayahu. So Jesus' name means Yahweh is salvation, but then early Christians like Marcion or Sinope say Yahweh is evil, and the Gnostics think so. Well, keep in mind, like the Yehoshua is just a shortening of like the Yasha, the Yah gets dropped because you have the Yeho that's put in front of it. So, I mean, salvation just by itself would be Yeshua. So, by that definition, it doesn't have it. Like, it is his name in Aramaic, I think, was like Yeshu or something, which is just a shortening or like a Palestinian version of Yeshua. And so, as a result, it's possible that there's no connection to Yahweh in that. So, an interesting connection.
So we're all born feminine, which means our deepest desire is not to be alone, relationship. And so what drives her and what defines her are not props and things, but the need to share and have a relationship with someone.
I'm beginning to see a bit of the Shekinah in the girls from the school.
So I take it you want to be a mother, right? Is that
Yes,
it?
definitely. As many as I can have. 12, 13. Hashem gave me a womb. It's supposed to be used. Do we all want babies like?
See, that's okay for women and girls to say, not okay for guys to say. When guys say it, super fucking creepy. Also, the other thing I was going to say, given I was a little kid when I said this, so yeah, didn't make any sense then, but when I was a little kid, I thought I wanted to have 100 kids. Now I know that would like actually drive you into an early grave. Like, I can't even imagine how people have 12 kids, let alone, 100. But I don't think actually, that'd be interesting. I wonder what the most kids someone's ever had was. Like, imagine like the most kids that someone's had, but it has to be like through natural sex, and that, let's say for the sake of, I mean, because obviously it would be interesting to see what man has had the most children. Oh, actually, wait, that's probably Genghis Khan. Yeah, that's probably Genghis Khan. First one was correct pronunciation. Kudos. You're easily learning Spanish. You even pronounced Sosua correctly. You son of a... Yeah, but my father was actually from Colombia. But unfortunately, when I was younger, I asked my dad's side of the family not to speak to me in Spanish. So I don't speak Spanish, but I can read Spanish without an accent. I can speak it without an accent. I just can't understand it. But yeah, it's also interesting because the potential connection to Phoenician, and obviously Arabic as well. There's a lot of connections to Semitic.
What did you want me to say?
What's your name?
Chaim Meshkastan is my name. To say?
What's your name?
Chaim Meshkastan is my name. I'm 18 years old. My birthday is 24th of December 1990, and I'm from London, England, but I'm also American because my mother is.
In today's world, you could be almost anyone. Why would you choose to stay Hasidic?
I mean, if I wanted to be, I could be an actress.
Yeah, you could be a movie star.
Could I really be? If I wanted to?
You just said that. Whatever you prayed for, you've gotten.
Maybe, let's say I'd be a movie star. But who said these movie stars are all happy? It's a big deal. They have all the riches and all the money and they have everything. They just
And
stretch out their hand. They don't even have to
there's a
get
lot
it.
of
They
truth
just have
in
it
what
there.
she's saying.
And are they really, really happy? Like, it's a big deal. They have it. But there's something more to that than this world. It's just this world. You can't have your riches and your nice fancy jewelry speaking for you, saying, this is what makes me, and this shows I'm beautiful. You need to have something. What's the meaning of life when life has a meaning? It has to be within you, deep down in your heart, your soul. You have to be happy.
How are you? There's two more. Two more, yeah. This is baskets for people who are less fortunate, including myself.
One of the most beloved women in St. Agatha is Rose Adelson,
Right, she put St. Agatha on the map.
who is close friends with Honey, even though they rarely see eye to eye.
Here it is, here you are, standing here wanting me, whether or not you should. Hold it up. You want to get the other one with me? Yeah. I know the girls come here, and I don't talk much about religion because I am not a Lubavitch and I'm not religious. A confession I'm making. So I told her many times the girls come, I try to corrupt them, but it isn't working. First and foremost, I'm a humanist. I believe in the human race.
I love
And
this.
then I was born a Jew. I don't know if that's fortunate or unfortunate. You know, like they didn't like the Jews 2,000 years ago, and nothing has changed. They still don't like the Jews. And they don't like them here in St. Agatha. And they don't like the girls walking with, they say, who are these girls walking with long skirts and take up the whole sidewalk? You know, they should know to go step aside and let somebody go through. But these girls have blinkers on. She hypnotizes, she brainwashes them. No, they come a little brainwashed anyways. But they're innocent. They don't. I asked them to hear Madonna. Madonna. They never heard of Madonna. Did you hear of Oprah Winfrey? Oh, you know who? No, Oprah. They don't know any of these things.
You know what someone told me about brainwashing? You know, they said, "What's wrong with a clean brain?" So I tell the girl, "It's true. I want your brains to be clean."
Tensions sometimes arise between Jews and local Francophone residents. Inspired by the success of their open Hasidic.
Oof. Oof. Wait, is that an answer or are you making a joke for 20? Also, if you want to hop on, here's a link.
Wedding, Honey invites the town to the launch of their new school library.
Et ça va être ouvert à tous les citoyens de Sainte-Agathe, juifs ou non juifs.
Well, this is very positive. I mean, I've talked to some people, and it's the first time they meet Jewish people in person. And I say, gee whiz, I mean, it's not marked on their forehead, they're Jewish.
L'année passée, il y a eu un incident sur la rue principale, deux individus, un juif et un québécois d'origine, qui se sont tiraillés sur la rue. Et ça a eu un effet, évidemment, les médias sont emparés de ça. Et à chaque été, il y a eu un ou deux incidents. Et quand on demande aux personnes pourquoi elles ont fait ça, ben, elles nous disent, ben, ces gens-là ne nous regardent pas, ne nous disent pas jamais bonjour, et ne disent jamais merci. Et ben, les dirigeants de chacune des communautés juives vont donner leur garantie que cette année, tous les gens qui viennent à Sainte-Agathe vont savoir dire deux mots en français. Bonjour et merci.
Back at Honey's place, it's the usual.
Oof. The most fertile woman in history is alleged to be an 18th century Russian peasant called Valentina Vasilyev. Between 1725 and 1765, she's recorded as giving birth to a total of 69 children, 67 of whom survive infancy. This includes 16 pairs of twins, 7 sets of triplets, and 4 sets of quadruplets. Her husband, Fyodor, is alleged to have had 6 sets of twins and 2 sets of triplets, and his second wife a further 18 children. What the fuck? That's how is this not like? How is that real?
Chaos. I ask her who these people are that I see in every Hasidic home.
This is the Rebbe and his parents. They're our inspiration because they dedicated their lives to the community and to the point of self-sacrifice. And that's what we want to teach our children. Devote your life to the community, devote your life to people, whatever it is.
Okay. What?
This is the Rebbe and his parents.
That I see in every Hasidic home.
This is the Rebbe and his parents.
Okay. Now, this totally not implying this is the case, but it's more so like an archetype. But you have this idea of the father, the mother, and the child. Like that you have that within most Western ideas. I mean, arguably old world ideas of basically like, divine trinities or whatever, applied to the Holy Trinity as well. But in this case, no one here is saying that they're God, or, I mean, obviously, like, it's very fringe even in the Chabad community to think that that the Rebbe was the Moshiach, just that he was the Moshiach of his generation, which is a different thing than saying he is the, capital everything Moshiach. But the point here, though, is that this, like, where they're not just revering him, but his father and his mother, it almost feels like they're putting a face to this idea of the, a holy, like, they can't represent God directly, but they can represent people who embody God in a certain way. And so in that, it almost seems like you have this parallel here. And I mean, again, maybe I'm just reading this into it, but the fact that you have the Rebbe in the middle, again, like if this were just, if this had no religious significance, I wouldn't be saying this, but because there is this religious significance around them, I do think that that is maybe a good thing to at least look at, especially because you even have the father on the right and the mother on the left, which also corresponds with the traditional Kabbalistic way of understanding Chokhmah as like the father and Bina as the mother. And then you have, in a way, the fusion of the two. So, I mean, like, there's definite potential for like messianic imagery here. But again, it's not like none of it's implicit. It's all where if you see it, it's because you're reading it into it, whether because that's just a pattern you're seeing or because you believe that. But yeah, most Chabad people don't believe that the Rebbe was Moshiach.
They're our inspiration because they dedicated their lives to the community and to the point of self-sacrifice. And that's what we want to teach our children. Devote your life to the community, devote your life to people, whatever it is, be there for other people.
Once a year, the school makes a pilgrimage to Brooklyn, where their leader, Rabbi Schneerson, inspired a worldwide movement.
When I think of God, I think of love. That it was incredible how the Rebbe was able to describe the essence of God. The Rebbe was the most incredible human being.
Worldwide movement.
When I think of God, I think of love. That it was incredible how the Rebbe was able to
It's kind of hard to
describe.
hear what she's saying. Oh, yeah.
That it was incredible how I think of love.
Oh, she thinks of
That it was
that.
incredible how the Rebbe was able to describe the essence of God. The Rebbe was the most incredible human being that lived in our times.
There's a lot of people who thought he was the Messiah, right?
Oh, I definitely think that the Rebbe is Mashiach. There's no question in my mind.
So she's one of the people who does think that he's Mashiach. But most don't.
We come back to visit the Rebbe, in the cemetery to recharge our batteries, to get the blessings from the Rebbe, to continue our work. We're going to write to the Rebbe now. Okay, you want me to write it in the beginning? Okay.
Not all Lubavitchers believe that Schneerson is the Messiah, but those who do are convinced he is guiding them and performing miracles from above.
Some people do think that.
Write what you have requests for, that the Rebbe will pray on your behalf, because the blessings of a righteous person are very powerful. So whatever you would like in your life, This is the place that the Rebbe will pray on your behalf because the
Let's see, dear Rebbe, we want oh yeah. Wait. That looks like they miss. Oh no, I see it. Yeah. We want Mashiach now. There should be only peace in the world. Chayna, Esti, Cindy, Rachi should get married and have a healthy family. Whoever needs refuah shlema, full healing, should get it. So Rebbe, Rebbe means like someone is your rabbi, or like the rabbi that you have is like the person who's your teacher. But like rabbi is just like a rabbi. Rebbe is your rabbi, if that makes any sense. Because so technically, I mean, it's complicated because Rav just means great. So it ends up becoming it's a great teacher. So it's kind of like, it's contextual. So it's a great person, but then rabbi means, I think that means our teacher. No, that'd be Rabbeinu. Rabbi means our teachers, maybe. So maybe it's, it might just be, because Rabbi. Yeah, Rabbi means my rabbi. So I think maybe, rabbi just means a rabbi. Rabbi means my rabbi. And then Rebbe is Yiddish. That's it. So yeah, Rebbe is Yiddish, rabbi is Hebrew. And then if it's a group of people saying their rabbi, it would be Rabbeinu. If you're saying, my rabbi, would be Rabbi. And then if you're just saying a rabbi, it would be rabbi. So rabbi versus rabbi.
blessings of a righteous person are very powerful. So whatever you would like in your life, this is the place to ask.
Was it a big shock to the community when he died?
Definitely, yes. Because everyone felt Mashiach is coming any second, and there's no way the Rebbe will pass away. Mashiach will be revealed. So of course it was a shock. So of course it was a shock. Mashiach will be revealed. So of course it was a shock. Mashiach will be revealed.
It almost looked like she was tearing up a page, but I know she definitely wasn't. That's a big no-no.
So of course it was a shock.
No, it's just note paper, but it's just a really. Oh, there's holes in the. It's a tear in the page. So yeah, Yosef Yitzchak Bano Yechido. I think that means he was a special one. Yechido. I don't know. Adonenu Morenu Verabenu. So that means our master Morenu, our teacher Urabenu, and our rabbi. The Hagaon Ha-Eloki. He was a proud Mesida Viparisha. He was a I can't. Sorry. Marne Uravna. Then you have so Yosef Yitzchak. Then you have Menachem Mendel, and so Menachem Mendel Schneerson was the Rebbe. So let's see, Ben Harav Hagaon, Veharav Hamasid, Hamekubal, Rabbi Levi Yitzchak. I could read it if I had more. Oh, what's this? Po Nignaz. I'm guessing here is buried Aaron Hakodet. Wait, what? The Ark of the Covenant. Oh, this must be taken from somewhere else. From the Oh yeah, they're taking something from the. Okay, that's interesting though, because I don't know. Let's see, Melia Wait. Oh, Lyubavitch from Lubavitch.
The rabbi, they think the Rabbi Schneerson was the Mashiach. I think he's just like everybody else. I do not think he's the Mashiach, although he must have had terrific charisma, this rabbi. The whole world worships him. And when you want to think about it, 3/4 of the world worship a Jewish boy by the name of Jesus. If Mashiach didn't come for the Holocaust, let him stay where he is. He's not coming. Definitely not.
I think that's a good point. Why would the Messiah come now but not during the Holocaust? Like it's just it reeks.
Charisma, this rabbi. The whole world worships him. And when you want to think about it, 3/4 of the world worship a Jewish boy by the name of Jesus. If Mashiach didn't come for the Holocaust, let him stay where he is. He's not coming. Definitely not.
Amen.
What if it's not true? You look like a fool. I don't really care. Every single person is supposed to believe in a person who has the potential of being the Mashiach. This is who I feel is the Mashiach. You want to choose someone? I have no problem, but choose someone.
The center of the Lubavitch community is the synagogue, next door to where Schneerson lived. His followers fill the surrounding streets.
Also, just FYI, Adoni is another way of saying sir, so it's not necessarily saying someone is your lord or your master.
If you are Lubavitch, wherever you go in the world, you always have a place to stay.
I am like roommates from last week. She speak English, a little bit. Okay, so speak French and I'll translate.
Normalement, on doit ressentir Dieu tout le temps. Ça veut dire pas seulement lorsque tu t'assois et que tu pries, mais lorsque tu manges, lorsque tu dors. Dans tous tes chemins, dans tout endroit, dans tout instant, tu dois ressentir la présence de Dieu.
There's an indescribable buzz in the air. It feels safe here, like everyone is on the same team. But I wonder about the role of women in this community.
The Hasidic movement is an essence.
But I wonder about the role of women in this community.
The Hasidic movement is an essence of feminist movement. By that I mean the following. Home is a place not of performance, but of being. That's a feminine thing.
Women are not praying for personal redemption or a place in heaven, but to transform this world. Praying for
home is a feminist movement.
Community. But I wonder about the role of women in this community.
The Hasidic movement is an essence of feminist movement. By that I mean the following. Home is a place not of performance, but of being. That's a feminine thing.
Women are not praying for personal redemption or a place in heaven, but to transform this world.
So now the motive is to do mitzvahs, not so much in order to get somewhere, reward, grow, become religious, but because the mitzvahs are about an essential connection to God by which we reveal his being on earth, making the whole world a home for him.
Okay, wait, that's cute.
God,
for personal redemption,
is not of performance. By that I mean the following. Home is a place not of performance, but of being. That's a feminine thing.
Women are not praying for personal redemption or a place in heaven, but to transform this world.
So now the motive is to do mitzvahs, not so much in order to get somewhere, reward, grow, become religious, but because the mitzvahs are about an essential connection to God by which we reveal his being on earth, making the whole world a home for him. God's desire is that we reveal his very being on earth. So,
and that's the idea of bringing Shekinah down.
The Messianic era is described as the feminine era because it's the era where the world becomes a home, and it's the woman who embodies being as opposed to doing.
The Messianic age refers to a future time of universal peace, free of crime and poverty. According to Schneerson, it is the women who will lead us into the golden age.
Messianic era means we're no longer fixing, conquering, it's done already. So now what? Be. Experience the exquisite presence of God. That's feminine. And so each year now, there's the convention of the women of Chabad who converge on the Babbage World Headquarters for 4 or 5 days. These are thousands of women leaders in their communities. And it's the most awesome testament to the role and power of the woman in the great purpose and plan to reveal God on earth.
This is an international conference for women. This is, I would say, like the underground aquifer from where everyone draws their source. And then each individual woman is like her own stream. There's 1,000 women here, and each one of them is a center of a community. They open their own mikvahs where women come to ritual baths. They run schools, they run Sunday programs. They are powerhouses.
You come back, you meet with other people who are in similar situations, and you realize you're not alone. There are other people who are doing this work, and this gives you the strength to go back and say, okay, I'm going to find a solution. I'm going to find a way to solve this problem. I'm going to overcome it and come out stronger and better and see the good in it.
I haven't seen Honey or the girls for months. Then she calls me to come right away.
Oh, I came into school in the morning, and actually my daughter noticed on the window a swastika. It must have happened the night before, in the middle of the night. Well, they said it's the local youths. They walk up and down the streets at night. They have nothing better to do. I really feel bad, you know, that the youth today have no purpose.
En arrivant à l'école, on a entendu qu'il y avait une croix gammée ici, un autre signe, et ça nous a fait un peu peur de voir que dans la montagne, dans un endroit normalement calme et sans stress, sans rien du tout, donc on a vu ce qui s'est passé. On a dit qu'il faut déjà enlever ce qui se passe, et vraiment j'espère qu'il y aura quelque chose, on en a parlé à la police, donc j'espère qu'ils vont faire quelque chose pour déjà qu'on soit dans la liberté.
Hey, girls, we're going to start the tour, but anyhow, we have to walk up this way. And you're going to go into a different store. So we're going to tell them that you're here to learn to be leaders in the communities. You know, we're not only here to help Jews, we're here to help everyone, and we want to wish them a good year.
Like most people, I would have been furious if somebody put a swastika on my front door. But for Honey, it's an opportunity for another mitzvah, a good action.
We go out every week, and the girls speak to all the, you know, local people, where we talk to our neighbors, we talk to everything. It's really about, you know, getting to know each other and spreading the idea of goodness and kindness, that we're all one people under one God, and our job is to bring goodness and kindness into this world and make this a place where God will want to be.
Si les gens ressentent que nous sommes trop à part ou que nous sommes ultra-orthodoxes, c'est parce qu'ils ne nous connaissent pas. On n'est pas isolés, on a juste une façon de vivre différente. Donc en fait, nous ne sommes pas renfermés, au contraire, on va vers eux, mais il y en a certains qui ne nous connaissent pas assez et qui pourraient penser que nous sommes trop orthodoxes. Mais moi qui me connais, je ne suis pas ce que le mot ultra-orthodoxe veut sous-entendre. Je suis tout à fait ouverte, juste une façon de vivre qui est différente et qui est la meilleure pour moi. On vient du centre culturel BMC et c'est la nouvelle année. Donc on voulait vous souhaiter une bonne et douce année. Comme la pomme trempée dans le miel, il y a des bonbons au miel à l'intérieur. C'est la nouvelle création de l'homme, tout est nouveau, donc beaucoup de bénédictions.
Ah, ben c'est gentil, merci. Ah, ben je vais dire ça attentivement. When the Hasidic Jews walk around, they cause a lot of attention, and they seem to be taking the brunt of it for all of us. It's even more blatant. It's turned to violence. We knew that there was a house that had been set on fire in Val David here. These people that are being
assaulted aren't doing anything other than looking different. That's all they're doing is looking different. Then if things are getting tough up here, gas prices are going up, food prices are going up, jobs are scarce, and so on, well, let's blame the funny-looking Jews who are walking in the street.
But some people in St. Agatha are sympathetic and even intrigued by Hasidic women, especially their relationship with men.
Les filles se maquillent ici, alors toujours en sortir, elles passent, elles se maquillent. Les filles font aussi un séminaire avant le mariage, parce que déjà elles apprennent à accepter c'est quoi le but de la vie, et elles apprennent aussi à se connaître elles-mêmes mieux. C'est le but d'un séminaire aussi, de vivre tout ensemble, elles développent des qualités, et puis après, lorsqu'elles rencontreront le garçon, elles verront aussi s'il lui va ou pas. Comment
je ne sens pas mauvaise à cause faut que tu couvres tes cheveux après que tu es mariée.
Ah non, pas du tout. Non. Au contraire, je me sens précieuse, comme on dit un diamant. Au plus il est caché, au plus on sait qu'il a de la valeur. Lorsqu'il est exposé ou alors il est sur le marché, on sait qu'il n'a pas de valeur. C'est comme ça aussi le corps de la femme. Chez nous, on cache le corps de la femme, pas par honte ou par impureté, parce qu'il est pur et saint, on le protège. Tout ce qui est dans la Torah, c'est pour que le couple ait une vraie vie d'amour. Ouais. Par exemple, lorsque la femme a sa menstruation, lorsque la femme a ses règles, elle n'a pas le droit d'avoir des relations avec son mari. Okay. Ça crée en eux un amour qui ne dépend rien de physique. Ça crée en eux un amour qui est beaucoup plus sentimental. Et c'est pendant cette période qu'en fait, il s'exprime et il crée un lien qui est beaucoup plus spirituel, beaucoup plus... tu vois ce que je veux dire?
C'est plus beau, je trouve.
So there's another interesting thing. So most women don't wear wigs until after they get married. Is part of it is you're also, you're trying to attract a husband, but once you're married, you're supposed to only have I think only within the house do you not. But again, if you're going to wear a wig and you've shaved your hair so that so it doesn't look strange or whatever, then you're just going to wear it the whole time because it is your hair. And it's just a technicality that it's not considered, your hair. The issue isn't someone seeing hair. It's not the issue of the hair being sexy. The issue is it being your hair. It doesn't make any sense to me. It's kind of like by doing that loophole, you end up kind of going against the whole spirit of it. But it's like, so for instance, say you have a cancer patient and she loses her hair and so she's wearing a wig. Does that mean that she doesn't have to hide her hair around people other than her husband? It's it's kind of I keep thinking of Abraham covering his wife and saying she's just my sister. I mean, I guess that's what it comes down to. Did he say she's my sister or did he say she's just my sister?
Qu'il veut, que c'est pas juste l'amour, après c'est qu'ils s'aiment vraiment. Puis voilà, attendre, c'est beau.
Aujourd'hui, ils ont pris la chose la plus sainte et ils l'ont dévalorisée complètement.
I realize that none of these girls have ever touched a boy, let alone gone on a date. But by the time they are 25, they're all expected to be married. It's then that they start wearing a wig, only revealing their real hair to their husbands.
So that says Bet Samech Daled. That's Bisiata Dishmaya. I mean, that means with the help or with the success, or with the help of Dishmaya, of heaven or of the heavens.
Separation between Hasidic men and women starts at an early age. They don't pray, sing, dance, or even shop together. It must be difficult to be young and traditional with all the temptations of the modern world.
Hi, girls. Good morning. Good morning. Come sit down. We're in the middle of Kitty Club.
So your question, if I feel repressed, I guess,
by my life. Like, you know, when I was younger, I used to think maybe, like, but the thing is that when I was younger, like, I thought maybe this is being repressed, but it's not about being repressed. It's about curiosity. You're like curious. What is the other world like? Is it better? Like, are the people that all my friends that have boyfriends and like 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, like, is it better?
So are you looking for like a boyfriend or?
No, I don't believe in boyfriends. If I'm gonna date, it's probably gonna be for marriage. I don't believe in like short-term relationships.
How do you know a boyfriend's not going to be a long-term relationship?
No, that's different. Well, first of all, I'm Shomanigia, which means that, like, I think I already talked about this. We don't touch men until we get married, not even a handshake. It's so much easier to be not religious. You know, sometimes I don't want to be religious either. And it's not because I don't want to have the religion. It's because it's hard. Like my parents always tell me, like, this life is to humble you. Like, yeah, you know what? I also want to be on a Telepage beach. It'd be nice, you know? But that's not what it's about. It's about meaning. Everything is supposed to be what it's about. I also want to be on a Telepage beach. It'd be nice. This life is to humble you. Like, yeah, you know what? I also want to be on a Telepage beach. It'd be nice, you know? But that's not what it's about. It's about meaning. Everything is supposed to point you somewhere. That's not what it's about. You know what? I also want to be on a Telepage beach. It'd be nice, you know?
Yeah.
But that's not what it's about. It's about meaning. Everything is supposed to point you somewhere.
Bracha Feldman is a less traditional Hasid who has devoted most of her time to her studies and career. Now, at the age of 26, she's feeling pressure to get married.
I actually thought of it the other day that I'm the oldest single female living on the block.
Wow.
Are there awards for that? Are there dibs on parking spaces?
I'll get another one.
Bracha's rabbi is Israel Bernard, who's made a name for himself counseling troubled couples and holding relationship seminars.
They don't call me the love rabbi for no reason. You know, that's what it is. But it's so much part of young people today. This is real. This is not a, you know, we have to have answers for them. We have to be able to guide them in the right way. Okay, great. Okay, feel better.
He's also a traditional Jewish matchmaker with a modern twist.
This is jmontreal.com. It's a Jewish dating site just for Montreal singles. So one of the big problems here is a lot of the young people say to me, Rabbi, there's no Jews in the city. And, you know, I'm going to go date a Gentile. So I put myself to this task. Can I make a dating site just for Montreal Jews? So right now I have right in front of me, I have this profile. There's two people. He's 39, she's 37. Looks good. They're both Ashkenazi, which is great. And so here, I made the match.
Why is
so we'll
that
see what
great?
happens, you know, we may have some marriages out of this whole thing. Wouldn't it be nice?
Today, Bracha meets with Rabbi Israel to start the matchmaking process.
I mean, I know in my core that I'm not ready to get married. There's too much I still need to do for myself to be receptive, and this is probably as
I don't buy that.
I think on a spiritual level. I think I'm talking about a spiritual level.
It's a nice cop-out. If you met a guy tomorrow and he was the right guy, I don't think you should be scared. You'll make it work.
I think that there's a certain message that even in the Hasidic world, a girl gets about being a certain weight, a certain waist size. How can we deny that there is a huge?
It's the matchmakers that are making these things. Certain matchmakers, maybe matchmakers that are.
I know a matchmaker that has a diet, so she not only will recommend a guy, but she's a nutritionist or something.
You have to find out, is there chemistry for us?
How do I know it's chemistry?
That's exactly,
because butterflies in the stomach and infatuation, everything he does is so
that's
cool
exactly
and
where the
fine.
matchmaker comes in. That's the most important part of a matchmaker. I'd be able to answer those questions.
Okay. Find a half decent picture of myself.
Terrible world.
What?
A half decent picture. With enthusiasm,
I
excitement.
will find the most gorgeous picture of myself. And when the guy shows up at the restaurant, he's gonna walk around 20 times because he's not gonna be able to recognize me.
going out on a date. How does this work? If there's a charisma, there is a chemistry. There needs to be a chemistry, obviously. There's a physical attraction. True, that could be with any girl, indeed. No one deludes themselves that they're falling in love. They realize that love is something that comes as a result of commitment and sacrifice. And then we make the commitment to marry. And from then on, the stuff of the relationship is commitment. And therein does love grow.
So what are you doing here, honey?
Looking for a wedding. Most of the girls come from France, which works out great because Senegal is such a French town.
Honey keeps in touch with most of her former students, even as they spread out around the world.
You know, this is the highlight. The whole school is built to really that they should become good wives, good mothers. It says before a person is born, they're actually male and female, they're one soul. And then God splits them. And half of it becomes the male, half of it becomes a female. But you know, by getting married and then being together in an intimate way, the two half souls reunite. So there's no greater holiness than that of husband and wife being together in the intimate act of creation. And it says even when a husband and wife do not conceive, at that time it says holy souls are being created above. So there's always creation happening when husband and wife are together intimately.
So that changes the whole attitude to the body, to life, to marriage, to everything. The body is not the enemy. Physicality is not the enemy. Sexuality is not the enemy. On the contrary, the whole purpose is to reveal the innate godliness and sanctity that all of these things contain by virtue of the fact that they are God's creations.
So are you looking forward to getting married one day?
Very much so.
On the contrary,
are together intimately.
so that changes the whole attitude to the body, to life, to marriage, to everything. The body is not the enemy. Physicality is not the enemy. Sexuality is not the enemy. On the contrary, the whole purpose is to reveal the innate godliness and sanctity that all of these things contain by virtue of the fact that they are God's creations.
So are you looking forward to getting married one day?
Very much so. I don't know when though. Like, after seminary.
Men and women not married don't touch each other because, well, I know it sounds strange, and to the listener, I mean, what is a touch? But the truth is, a touch ought to be a very powerful and erotic experience. The fact that it isn't is because, sadly, in our society, we have reduced sexuality to something so casual that it's just lost its intensity. So if you don't touch any other woman ever, and you touch your wife, even a casual graze of the finger, that's a very powerful thing. After the marriage ceremony, bride and groom, husband and wife, for the first time in their life, are in a room in seclusion. Just being alone in the room. Just being alone in the room. The door's locked. We know the door's locked. And no one can come in. Without anything happening, is already a very erotic and powerful moment. And then it's the first touch, the first physical encounter. It's powerful, erotic feelings now finally coming to the surface that I believe would be the envy of every human being to experience sexuality so powerfully, so erotically, and so innocently. And then the real stuff of life begins.
Later that week, I catch up with Bracha, who's still getting used to the idea of dating. It turns out her best friend just got married.
Usually the dating experience.
Who is still getting used to the idea of Later that week, I catch up with Bracha, who is still getting used to the idea of dating. It turns out her best friend just got married.
Usually the dating experience is not so long. Like my husband and me dated for 2.5 months, and 4.5 weeks later we were married. So it's not such a long period. Not so long. Like my husband and me. Usually the dating experience is not so long. Like my husband and me dated for 2.5 months, and 4.5 weeks later we were married. So it's not such a long period for like not touching and then touching. It's not 2.5 months, and 4.5 weeks later we were married. So it's not such a long period. And 4.5, not so long. Like my husband and me dated for 2.5 months, and 4.5 weeks later we were married. So it's not such a long period for like not touching and then touching, I guess. But it's a very magical moment, especially having kept that for like one person.
So when you were together for the first time, what actually happened in that
What do you think happened?
She's looking at me as if I should know.
I'm like, I wasn't in your house. I left you.
You left me.
Well, we had a bottle of wine. I mean, you're not allowed, there's like certain things, like when you're intimate with your husband, there's like laws. Like you're not allowed to be together if one of you was sleeping. You're not allowed to be together if one of you are drunk. You're not allowed to be together if you've just had a fight.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. You're not.
Keep that in mind.
There's like a few things. So like obviously we didn't have too much to drink. And then, I guess did the deed. But also I should really clarify something, that we do not do it like with a sheet and a hole, because there are too many people out there.
I wouldn't mind that, because if I'm having a fat day, I think that could really work.
At the end of the day, it's not like we're just together to have children. Like it clearly says that a husband has to.
That, because if I'm having a fat
because there are too many people out there.
I wouldn't mind that, because if I'm having a fat day, I think that could really work.
At the end of the day, it's not like we're just together to have children. Like it clearly says that a husband has to make his wife happy. He has to.
And what about it's the other way around, or the other way around is just implied?
No, it says that a husband has to make his wife happy. It doesn't say it the other way around.
That's key.
So maybe it's just knowing that a guy would be happy. Like also when you're intimate with someone, you have to have like pure thoughts. You can't be thinking about anything. I mean, there's a lot to like think about when you're actually being intimate with the person. I mean, we discussed it because I said, what did you meant to think about? Like maybe like sometimes your mind, your mind travels. So yeah, so we didn't really figure out what I meant to be thinking, but he was taught during chassan classes, which is what he learns before he gets married, that he should be thinking about the Rebbe. I'm like, okay, you think about that.
Why not think about you?
I don't know. Your mind, your mind travels. So yeah, so we didn't really figure out what I meant to be thinking, but he was taught during chassan classes, which is what he learns before he gets married, that he should be thinking about the Rebbe. Like, okay, you think about that.
Why not think about you?
I don't know. Well, I guess I didn't really. We didn't really go into details about it. I don't know.
That's interesting, but it doesn't make any sense. Pure thought should be the thought that you're in the moment with this person,
right?
And that
I agree with you, and that like you're like one with this person, and like
yeah, isn't that enough?
Leave room for the Rebbe.
Maybe.
Satisfying one's partner is an obligation. Therein lies self-transcendence at the very outset. But I'm here to please and fulfill you. And of course, each one is there for the other, resulting in, on the one hand, the most selfless encounter and the most fulfilling encounter.
Honey's outreach is bearing fruit. A local teacher wants to meet.
Okay, girls. Soon we're going to stop for lunch, actually, and then afterwards we're going to go to the shul, where we're going to be meeting actually a group.
Let's see. So what's this? He said apparently Abraxas and Mithra have the same gematria value, but what's that even mean? I mean, I'd have to figure that out. But let's see. That'd be so 40, so 50, 50, 400, 450, 750. Let's say that, and then try to figure out Abraxas. That'd be 1, that'd be 3, 303, or no, it would be 203. 303. Oh, you're saying 360. I'm not sure about that then. Let me think. How would that work? Yeah, that doesn't sound right, but I'm not sure.
Group of students from the high school who are going to come, and we're going to be speaking to them about you girls, your life and what you do and how you feel.
Peut-être que vous allez vous sentir intimidé au départ. Personnellement, la première fois que je suis rentrée dans cette synagogue-là, oui, j'ai été intimidée. Vous vous posez la question, comment ils nous perçoivent, eux? Est-ce qu'ils nous jugent, nous? Est-ce qu'ils pensent qu'ils sont mieux que nous?
Comment vous nous percevez, nous? Quels sont vos préjugés?
On n'a pas de préjugés, on n'a pas de préjugés.
Puis on n'a pas ce truc. Enfin, on n'est pas censé juger une personne avant de la connaître.
Comment vous nous voyez?
Je pense qu'au début, on avait quand même plusieurs préjugés parce que c'est la réalité que dans notre école, ben, les Juifs sont vraiment mal perçus, là, malheureusement pour ça, parce qu'on s'aperçoit tout de suite que c'est pas...
On entend plein de choses aussi, là, qu'on ne sait pas si c'est vrai ou faux. La première fois que je vous ai vue, j'ai fait « Oh, wow, vous êtes belle! » Et c'est sûr que quand on voit les Juifs qu'on pense, là, avec l'habit noir et tout, ben, on dit « Oh, OK, on ne sait pas, en fait, s'ils sont beaux ou pas, parce qu'on ne voit pas trop. »
Mais vous vous sentez pas des fois opprimé par cette religion? Je sais pas, moi,
On n'est pas tellement fermé, on voit le monde, on sort, Comment pourriez-vous dire comme si vous étiez moins libre?
On vit dans le monde, on ne vit pas dans nos chambres ou que dans les synagogues. Ou,
Avez-vous Internet?
Comme mettons
synagogue ou... On vit dans le monde, on ne vit pas dans nos chambres ou que dans les synagogues. Ou, on ne vit pas...
On pourrait dire comme si vous étiez moins libre.
On vit dans le monde, on ne vit pas dans nos chambres ou que dans les synagogues. Ou,
Avez-vous Internet?
Comme mettons Facebook ou...
Si, admettons, comme nous, à l'école aussi, il y a les accolades, on voit souvent les amoureux ensemble. Est-ce que vous pensez qu'on ne connaît pas bien la personne, que c'est pas le vrai amour? Ou comment vous percevez ça?
Au contraire, pour nous, imaginez que toute votre vie, vous n'avez pas touché un garçon et vous vous mariez avec, et imaginez le premier contact.
Ouais, c'est très, très fort.
Voilà,
je pensais que jamais tu as touché un garçon, déjà, il va te prendre la main et c'est magnifique, tu vois.
On peut faire, on peut faire tout ce qu'on veut, on est avec les gars tout le temps. Vraiment, on veut faire quelque chose, on le fait, puis ça finit là. Puis, vous, c'est pas comme ça, là. Vous, c'est comme des règles à suivre et tout. Vous les respectez, puis nous, on a trop de liberté, je trouve.
Est-ce que l'homosexualité, ça existe dans votre religion?
It's definitely interesting, though, how it's framed. I mean, I see a benefit to it, but I also see drawbacks. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't know. I think the thing that's probably the most interesting out of this is the idea of, like, essentially, it's almost like fasting before you have a really, really good feast, and then the feast is supposed to be that much better. I mean, I see the reason for it, but to make that necessary as part of orthodoxy, I don't know. It personally just seems like it should be seen as some sort of like higher, better path, or maybe not even necessarily that, but an alternative, something that it's not the road most traveled, because most people don't do that. But that doesn't mean that it needs to be seen as bad or good, just that, I don't know.
Il va te prendre la main et c'est magnifique, tu vois.
On peut faire ce qu'on veut, on est avec les gars tout le temps. Vraiment, on veut faire quelque chose, on le fait, puis ça finit là. Puis vous, c'est pas comme ça, là. Vous, c'est comme des règles à suivre et tout. Vous les respectez, puis nous, on a trop de liberté, je trouve.
Est-ce que l'homosexualité, ça existe dans votre religion?
Non, c'est interdit, ça fait partie des relations interdites. Tu penses vraiment que c'est naturel, alors?
It exists in the religion. I don't know what they're saying, just because it's not technically allowed.
Selon moi, tant qu'il y a de l'amour, n'importe comment, ça peut être naturel, je veux dire.
Parce qu'il y a beaucoup de confusion là-dessus. Ouais. Excusez-moi, c'est un enfant, il a besoin de d'une mère et d'un père.
Tu sais, ça veut pas dire
qu'il ne faut pas aller contre la nature.
C'est une question d'amour, tu peux pas.
Excusez-moi, une question d'amour. Je pense que c'est plus une question de nature, de l'âme, si tu veux.
Je veux dire, à l'école, on en parle régulièrement. C'est affiché partout que c'est quelque chose de normal, que c'est pas une maladie, que il faut l'accepter. C'est vraiment comme, c'est quelque chose qu'on essaie de faire. C'est affiché.
I mean, it's oh yeah, there's a lot of connections between Abraxas and Yaldabaoth. And let's see, I've seen people claiming Abraxas is on the Starbucks cup, but I think they mean Outer Goddess. Yeah. It's kind of funny because when you say Otter Goddess, it sounds like you're saying Otter Goddess. You know, like the goddess of otters.
Partout que c'est quelque chose de normal, que c'est pas une maladie, que il faut l'accepter. C'est vraiment comme, c'est quelque chose qu'on essaie de prôner comme que c'est normal.
C'est comme nous quand on est arrivé ici, on disait comme tout qu'on est des préjugés, mais je veux dire en quelque part on est tous des humains. Ça nous fait vraiment plaisir de savoir votre façon à vous de penser, comment nos points communs, les points où on peut penser différemment, mais on est tous des personnes d'humains et on s'aime tous. On s'aime. Vrai là, hier j'étais super excitée de venir là, j'étais comme un enfant quand on vient de donner son jouet. Je dirais pas, j'aurais donc dû m'inscrire, j'aurais donc dû faire ça. Je suis venue, puis je suis contente d'être venue.
That's kind of funny because I'm pretty sure Weeg or like Juig is toy in French, and then Juif is Jew. I don't know. It's funny because the two are very similar in French. I'm pretty sure.
J'apprends beaucoup. Dû faire ça, je suis venue. On s'aime tous, on s'aime. Vrai là, hier j'étais super excitée de venir là, j'étais comme un enfant quand on vient de donner son jouet. Je dirais pas, j'aurais donc dû m'inscrire son jouet. Un enfant quand on vient de donner son jouet. Je dirais pas, j'aurais donc dû m'inscrire, j'aurais donc dû faire ça. Je suis venue, puis je suis contente d'être venue. J'apprends beaucoup.
It's so beautiful that every moment is a divine moment. Every soul comes down with X amount of things and places in the world to interact with and to sanctify. I can't do what you have to do, you can't do what I have to do.
No, I want to do it by myself.
So God gives us mitzvahs, commandments that address all of human activity.
A little further, closer.
Mitzvahs that address food, sexuality, business, death, birth. The purpose of all these mitzvahs are suffuse death, birth, sexuality.
Further, closer.
Mitzvahs that address food, sexuality, business, death, birth. The purpose of all these mitzvahs are suffuse all of these human moments, frail moments, finite moments, natural moments with the eternal presence of God.
Okay, good. Okay, excellent. Okay. I'm going to visit my son now. At the cemetery. Yeah. He was born. He was born today. So it says on the day of his birth, his mazel is very strong. It says the day of that you're born, your mazel is very strong and can conquer everything. Right over there. It reminds me of the day that he was buried. They kept the cemetery open till nighttime, and it was like incredible because usually they don't keep the cemetery open because I think especially when a baby passes away, it's like a shock to like the whole community, and like it was incredible how like the whole community came out and we buried him under the stars. You can say hi. You can tell my Shekinah whatever you want to tell.
Now, why is there rocks on there?
So you put the rock on there to show that you're here. So my Shekinah knows that you're here. I haven't dreamt about him in a really long time. I mean, since he was just right after he passed away. Since he was about him in a really long time. I haven't dreamt about him in a really long time. I haven't dreamt about him in a really long time. I mean, since he was just right after he passed away.
wash your hands. I'm sitting here now in the cemetery is making me think of him being a little boy, in my arms, nursing him. And I guess maybe I'm feeling like I miss him, you know?
I remember last year this time, it was graduations, and I was thinking to myself, how can I go? How can I live? It's impossible. I met all these people, I'm never going to see them again, and then everybody cries, and I know I went through this and I cried. But I want you to know that if you decide to become ambassadors of all the good things that you have learned here, then Senegal will be with you wherever you go, and you will feel as if you never left. You will go, and you will use your strength with confidence, and you will change the world.
Everybody is indispensable. Everybody is everything. Because every person has their part of the world they need to connect to God. And only once it's all connected does His presence become revealed. So every mitzvah is everything. One mitzvah is everything. Everybody needs everybody else's mitzvah. So we're responsible for each other. We inspire each other. We recognize the value of each other. Nobody's more valuable than anybody else. Whether you have a lifetime of 1,000,000 mitzvahs or one to do, it's indispensable.
When you spend time with people filming them, you open your mind to their way of thinking and living. Eventually, misconceptions dissolve, and if you're lucky, they'll feel like family.
Yeah, I mean, you can still see echoes of it, very faint.
Are you ready to start your life?
I've already started. I started 19 years ago.
Right. But now in the wild world.
Well, you're also starting your life. Every day we learn new things. Every day we become better people. We're all starting our lives. Am I ready to get married and go out there and work? Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready to build a family with my husband and have tons and tons of children and let them fly out in the world and let them experience things that I've experienced and other things. And I'll tell them, look, see the world out there? It's so beautiful. There's so much to see. You can't possibly just stay in one country. You have to go fly out in the world. Spread out your wings. You know, parents can't hold on to their children forever, you know. You have to let go. But then we come back to the nest. So I'm going back in a week. And then hopefully I'll fly again. And then I'll bring back my kids to my nest. The end.
Wow, that's good. It was really good. So yeah, I'm going to call it for tonight, but this was fun. Shoot. Actually, here. Going to finish watching the last one we were watching.
People choose to cover it with pretty hats, and some people choose to cover it with a wig. There are some people, like in the very, very, very Hasidic, orthodox Hasidic sect of Satmar, that believe that women shouldn't be wearing wigs, they should just wear kerchiefs. And that's why if you've been to Williamsburg, you notice that the women all wear kerchiefs. They're not wearing wigs. And then there are many different levels, just like there are many different levels of many different things. There's also different levels of wigs. And if I wanted to be a good girl and work on my modesty, it might be one of the things that I would do. I would cut it a little short. I actually cut this one. Come here, let's check out my music store. Come here.
Okay.
Come here, real quick.
This is your video.
No, you don't understand. I'm seeing it for the first time in the store.
Oh, wow. Fantastic.
Nice.
What's the theme?
I'm just like so excited. Okay, so this is my only movie that's a true story about 8 girls who were in a home.
That was fantastic.
Nice.
What's the theme?
I'm just like so excited. Okay, so this is my only movie that's a true story about 8.
Sorry, I forgot it. Shoot. Clip.
Then I'm seeing it for the first time in the store.
Oh, wow.
Nice. Then I'm seeing it for the first time. Okay, so then I'm seeing it for the first time in the store.
Oh, wow. Fantastic.
Nice.
What's the theme?
I'm just like so excited. Okay, so then I'm seeing it for the first time in the store.
Oh, wow. Fantastic.
Then I'm seeing it for the first time in the store.
Oh, wow. What's the theme?
I'm just like so excited. Okay, so this is my only movie that's a true story about 8 girls who were in a home in Sweden after World War II. They were left with no family. Their families were wiped out, and how they learned to live again. So I recreated that time era. It's my most expensive movie because it's a timepiece, and I needed to create costumes, and I'm very proud of it, and it's in the stores.
Are you looking for more in this world? Are you ready for something bigger? Then we are looking for you.
This one, my first movie, my second one, my third one, my fourth one.
So you've done 5 now.
Yeah, so all these are created by women for women. And it'll say on it, if you look close, for women and girls. Do you want to get close?
Okay. So
You see, it says for women and girls.
men cannot buy this.
Well,
one of these.
Well, there's no policeman standing
Right.
here and saying that if they can or can't. But they, we do our part to make sure that men shouldn't see it, and it only gets sold in stores where people are religious and we trust that only women are going to buy it.
Great. So there's a full-on film scene here.
Yeah. Here, these are hers. These are my friends. All these are my friends.
She does slapstick comedy.
My sister did
You guys
slapstick
have a good
comedy.
sense of humor, I've noticed.
Well, we
for the most part.
we believe that that's the way to live. It helps.
That's a Hasidic principle, right?
Yes.
Happiness and fun.
Exactly. You need to be happy. You need to be enjoying life. Live. Just live and enjoy it.
So you feel your community lives and enjoys, like, can express that, can live that?
For sure. For sure. It's a big principle. Not only that, we have songs that talk about how important it is to be happy. Happiness is something that you create on your own. It comes from inside you. If you decide you want to be happy, you'll be happy. I know many people who are walking around happy and they have reason to be miserable. I know many people who are miserable, and
it's a personal decision, really.
Right. So that's what I believe strongly.
Wait, how do you define happiness?
Happiness is a contentment from inside. I feel like it's just a oneness with yourself, and feeling whole.
Does your work bring you to happiness? Does it help? I'm sure family does.
Yes, working, doing what I love makes me feel like I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing down here on this world. I can't be feeling any better. there's no greater feeling in the world than knowing your purpose. You know that,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. It took me a long time to find it.
Yes. And once you find it, you're like, oh, now I know
Then
what
you
I'm
can
here
go
for.
without sleep and feel fine about it.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Right.
Because if you go without sleep doing something yet you hate, life
Right.
is miserable.
Yes, that's true. Oh, that's what you meant. Yes,
Yeah.
that's true.
Like I can grind hard and not get much sleep, but as long as I'm doing what I love.
Absolutely. That's why they say if you love what you do, you didn't work a day in your life.
Yeah.
Right?
I just found it in my 40s.
Wow.
Took me a while.
Yeah.
I just found it.
Why they say if you love what you do, you didn't work a day in your life.
Yeah.
Right?
I just found it in my 40s.
If you love what you do, you didn't work a day in your life.
Yeah.
Right?
I just found it in my 40s.
Wow.
Took me a while.
Yeah. It's okay for me to feel the pride, but I know where it's coming from. I know that my success is not from me. My success is from God, who has helped me to be successful by giving me the talents that he's given me to help me do what I love. If it makes you feel alive, you need to be doing that. That is what you were created to do. If it's not making you feel alive, stop. Stop. You can't live like that.
Which way?
I think where we need to go is that way. Yeah, I think it's that way. So let's go this way. Hi, Rafaela.
This community is very wealthy in wisdom, in culture, in the beauty of simplicity, I would say. That's what I feel here. The beauty of simplicity.
Yeah.
Like the woman who's a sound designer for you, talking about getting rid of her iPhone and spending more time with her kids.
Yeah.
I think that's, look, I don't have it in me yet to be there, but I admire it.
I don't have it. I don't have it in me yet to be there either. I have a smartphone.
But I look at it honestly, in the world we're in right now, I look at it as someone that's like pushed up a level of enlightenment, if they can get to that level where they don't have to be distracted, where they can focus their attention easier on the more important things.
Right.
This is easy. This is pure dopamine. It's a little drug.
It is.
Right?
It is. It
That's
absolutely is. I
interesting.
know
We're
this because
praising it.
I sometimes find myself aimlessly reaching for my phone to look at it. I don't even realize that I'm doing it. It's like,
I thought you were talking about religion. No, they're talking about phones.
What? Where were you going?
That's something the world can learn from the Hasidic community. I mean, easier on the more important level, where they one that's distracted, where they can focus their attention easier on the more important things.
Right.
This is easy. This is pure dopamine.
Yeah.
It's a little drug.
No, they weren't talking about
It
religion.
is.
Even though it kind
It
of is.
absolutely is. I know this because I sometimes find myself aimlessly reaching for my phone to look at it. I don't even realize that I'm doing it. It's like, and then I'm upset at myself. Well, what are you doing? Where were you going?
That's something the world can learn from the Hasidic community, the modern world, right?
Right.
Like,
Yeah,
it's pretty obvious our phones aren't if you're doing the aimless staring, it's not making your life better.
This is my whole connection to the outside world. Other than that, I'm living in a cave, in a very cozy cave.
You call this neighborhood a cave?
I live
Borough Heights.
Plato's cave?
Or what? We're in Borough
Park.
Borough Park, yes.
Okay.
Crown Heights. Borough Heights.
Cave, in a very cozy cave.
You call this neighborhood a cave?
I live.
Borough Heights. Or what? We're in
Borough Park.
Borough Park, yes.
Okay.
Crown Heights, Borough Park.
It's a cave. It's a very comfortable, cozy cave where things are short, and that we are able to stay insular and stay insulated, even in such a metropolis of totally different culture than ours.
Yeah. So one theme I've heard come up time and time again is many in the Hasidic community don't like the cameras in here because typically it means that something negative is going to happen, right? Some negative slant, some angle. Why do you think that is? What's the reasoning behind that? Of course, there are bad stories. There are bad things that happen in every community.
Right.
And we've seen a lot of those, but people are scared to be on camera with me a lot of times because they're like, what are my intentions?
Right.
Am I going to show how, behind or uneducated or whatever it might be?
Exactly. That is exactly. You just said it.
Okay.
Basically, our community has seen way too much negative exposure about our community, and so nobody's being too eager to, to speak openly to the cameras.
Mm-hmm.
I had a professor once ask me, a professor at School of Visual Arts.
Mm-hmm.
He asked me, why is it that your community doesn't care what the world thinks about them? Why is it that they don't want to be open to speaking to people? I said, we do, but no matter what we do, no matter what we say, it'll always be misconstrued and turned around. We feel like people that want to hate will hate. And we're just very, very wary of
It's an
media
abuse.
exposure.
It's an abusive relationship, right? Do you want to go back for more abuse?
Exactly.
Gotcha.
So I feel that the reason I'm comfortable with speaking to the camera is because I feel like it is important for people to know that if you've seen or heard anything about the community that was negative, it's possible that that is true and it exists, but it's not okay to classify the whole community
right
as a whole, and that is what the community is.
It's an easy, cheap label.
Was negative. To classify the whole community. That is true and it exists, but it's not okay to classify the whole community
right
as a whole, and that is it's not okay to classify the whole community
right
as a whole, and that is what the community is.
It's an easy, cheap label.
Right.
It's, if you don't want to think, you can do that, I guess.
Right.
But it's, the sad thing is, major news outlets, that's their prerogative too, and these are supposedly educated people running these.
Right.
Well, I didn't know. I think of Hasidim. Hasidic Jews are Hasidic Jews, like one label, right? They are like this, they dress like this, they think like this. And you're showing me that, okay, there are different levels, spectrums within that category.
Absolutely.
And so you're doing your filmmaking, you're living the life you are, you're dressing the way you are. There are some that won't be doing this. They'll be much more conservative. Right. They will not be on a camera with me. No way.
No, they won't.
They're not going to be walking around with a man.
No.
I respect all of that. I'm not here to judge and tell what's right or what's wrong. But I think the audience should know, again, the theme I always say, it's way more complicated and full of gray zone than a black and white existence.
Exactly.
Even in this subgroup of Judaism, there are many subgroups within that.
Absolutely. Just like in any other community, we have our ups and downs, and we have things that we need to fix, and we have things that are beautiful, and we have things that...
What would be the biggest thing you think you need to fix? You can take it any way you want.
Yeah, okay. I'll take that. So I feel like a lot of things that our community is afraid to talk about and afraid to discuss, that the community itself needs to fix for the community. They don't have to fix it for the whole world.
Gotcha.
They just have to fix it for the community because they're so busy hiding it that people aren't getting help.
Okay.
So I love to, with my films, I like to always open up a topic that is a little sticky or not spoken about, and use that as a way to change things in the community. Let's talk about it.
Like a physically challenged woman marrying, right?
Exactly.
That's one of your big themes?
Yes. So,
and having a kid.
Absolutely. And the movie that I'm doing now is about a woman that's suffering from anxiety and depression, and she's not getting help because she doesn't want anyone to know that.
Okay.
It's important maybe not to broadcast it to the whole world.
Mm-hmm.
I get that.
Yeah.
But still, if you're not going to get help, that's not what God wants. Our community is very careful about, not saying a lot of things because they're afraid of what people will think. There's a lot of stigmas in the community that need to be broken within the community. I'm not talking about what the rest of the world thinks about us. That's one topic of discussion. Talking about in the community itself, people are a lot afraid to do certain things that are okay to do. It's just not accepted in the community because of what will the community think about that. And it's okay except for when it then can cause harm. I feel like we just need to open discussion. Let's talk about things. Let's open discussion.
I figure I might as well just go to 420 because that's just 10 more minutes. So find something in the meantime. Actually, I have an idea.
There was a moment there where I really thought I was going to pass out.
מזמור לאמתך קלת יופי, שמריני אשתורת כי חציתי בך, אמרת לבעלך יכלנה טובתי עלייך, בנותייך בצק תלושנה, ועץ ילקטו בנייך, יבערו אש אבותינו, כבנים ונסכים לעשות, דם גדיי בחלב עמם, עץ השם כוכבך על שפתיי, על במות שלמה מנת חלקי, תחת כל אילן תמך גורלי, הבלי מו מן החלום, טפו בנימי, תשוקתך מן המדבר עולה, שפתותייך בחלונות ירטוטו, צוך עלייך טיפסו על ירחי, יונים בחלומותיי ליטפוני, אברך את שחר יזרח, אף לילות כוכבי חיסוני, שיוויתי אשתורת לנגדי תמיד, דמי לפרגים בקנאתך חליפה, קום אקום אחדש מעפר,
So yeah, the cognates of Shekinah are particularly Shechan, which means to dwell, Mishkan, which is a dwelling or a tabernacle, or the holy tabernacle. You have the Shechaniah, hath taken up his abode. But yeah, it's not used biblically. It's I think it's Aramaic, or it's only used in let's see.
And she is celebrating.
All right, welcome back to the Alchemist Lab. And in this one, it's about the goddess Shekinah. In the Kabbalah, we call the goddess the Shekinah. Also in alchemy, we call the goddess the prima materia. And this is something that I actually found out
Not
recently.
sure, but I doubt it because
I was thinking about it.
The
And I was just
nun
like,
is important.
well, Malkuth in the Kabbalah Tree of Life, which is what I'm going to show later on with the whiteboard and everything in this lecture. Malkuth is Earth. We call Earth Mother Earth. We also call Malkuth Shekinah, or the divine feminine. And in the beginning, as we all know, in every mythological story, every creation story, in the beginning, there was darkness. In the beginning, there was divine feminine. So I'm saying in the beginning, there was the feminine. So everything in the universe, I mean, yeah, there is a principle of law. There's the universal law of the principle of gender. So I'm saying everything has a male and female attribute. When you think about it, though, when you look at just sacred geometry in general, or if you look at just different symbols, everything, like everything came from the womb, everything came from the woman. Even the Kabbalah Tree of Life is just one big ass womb, which is what I'm going to show in this in the whiteboard. Just think about the vacuum of space. It's just one big ass fucking womb. So I'm saying one big ass dark matter vagina. See what I'm saying? Because that's all a vagina is, anyways. It's a magical stargate to the cosmos. So, and when you talk about goddess energy, it's like the goddess can take many forms. See what I'm saying? Just like in let's take the Yoruba tradition. You got Oshun, Yemiya, you got all these different goddesses, but they have different attributes. Just like in Greece or in Hinduism, you got Kali, you got Lakshmi, you got, there's many different aspects of the goddess. And there's many different aspects of the goddess because, the feminine energy deals with the moon. And I'm going to show some of this on the whiteboard, like I said. The feminine energy deals with the moon, and there's different moon phases. So I'm saying, so the goddess is chaos. The goddess is everything. So I'm saying, the goddess is the prima materia. The physical matter is the prima materia, and the goddess is the alchemist that gave birth to physical matter, or the prima materia. Prima materia means first matter or primal matter. What is the primal matter? Dark matter or feminine energy. So yeah, hopefully you guys got something out of this, and on to the next section of the lecture. Okay, let me make sure everything's right. Okay, now where do we start here? Because there's a lot to really go over. Now, when it comes to the Kabbalah Tree of Life, those of you who don't know, the Kabbalah Tree of Life is basically a map of the universe, because you are the universe manifested within itself. So, in saying that, it's a map of the body. So I guess I'll start here.
מזמור לעץ החיים, הללם האלים, טוב להודות לאשר, ולזמר לשמך אשת עליון, להגיד בבוקר חסדך, סגולותייך לנגן בלילות, עלי כינור ועלי נבל, עלי משב בנקבי חליל. כי שימחתיני גדידי במסעי על הפנים, על ראשי הרים אזרח על הגבעות תחת אלון ולת הנלך אצל הליבי ענק יריעו לך 70 בנייך נותייך פתחייך תעלנה כי בנו הגדולת אשר לחם בית לצדה, מן האדמה פירותייך נותן. נודה אשר בכל לב, מספרה כל נפלאותייך. היפים ונקד נעימים, צועדת על הים, נוצרת ספנים. ושקיעה, קונה יובלה